All right, ladies and gentlemen, fellow decoders in the house. What's going on, everybody? Still getting situated here. Welcome out to another What's Your Question number 61. Prometheus's number, Prometheum, etc., etc. And I got some really amazing information to go over with all of you great decoders around the world for this What's Your Question number 61. I hope to get to a lot of questions moving forward. Today, as fate would have it, just where I'm at in my current radius of research, and how it ties into, and now I realize, exactly why I'm supposed to be delivering all this information to you. I really hope that I want to highlight two decodes for all of you great people out there to watch. Recommended is Crypto Kingdom Part 1 and Part 2. Even if you're not a crypto fan, because those decodes were about the future, what our future looks like, what your kids' future looks like. And I should say possibly looks like. But I have a feeling that this is what's coming down the pike. And we're going to get a new boss, which it may have been the boss altogether. But it's going to be the kingdom of Uranus. And as fate would have it, like, I have so many notes that I'm working on right now with Uranus itself. And it just seems now that you run us. And it's just, I wish I could share everything with all of you so you could see what I'm talking about. But, today, because fate would have it, right? Just where I'm at in my research, today is the King of Clubs day. And this is the Uranus card. This is my spirit card. This is my spirit card, right? It's what runs me. It's what rules over me. My 8 of spades. It sits in the Uranus line. If you're a King of Clubs, you're a Uranus kind of baby. If you have this card tied to you in any way, shape, or form, it's the Uranus card. And then the counterpart to that is the 2 of spades, which is the card to my right, or to my left, on the wall. And this card right here is the 41st card in the deck, and the word Elohim equals 41. The word Moscovium equals 41. Moscovium's used for UFO propulsion, according to what's his name, Bob Lazar. Now, I have Area 51 coming out. Area 51 sitting at longitude 115 degrees west. 115 is the protons for Moscovium. Again, Moscovium in numerology equals 41. The word Elohim in the original Hebrew language through the original numerology equals 41. And we're moving into, or already have moved into, the symbiotic relationship of the 11th house of Aquarius and the 5th house of Leo. That's 115. That will be Uranus and the sun. And obviously that's talking about the Christ, because Jesus says, my kingdom is not part of this world. So that whole story in that context, came into the age of Pisces. That story came into the age of Pisces to tell you to get prepared for the age of Aquarius, because the father is Uranus. Abso-freaking-lutely. And if you go all the way back, and I'm probably going to do another podcast with the great Jason Jason Bashir, get a word out to him. I left him a message on his cell phone, but he probably doesn't check his voicemails. But anyways, you got to go all the way back to ancient Sumeria, which predates the Bible. It predates any religion. Go back to Sumeria. And the god of Sumeria, the ultimate god, is Anu, which is Uranus. I promise you, I guarantee you that Uranus is Anu, the king of the sky. And if you want to say, I want to go to heaven, well, guess what heaven is? Uranus. Because heaven is another word for sky, and Anu is the sky god, the heaven god. And if you go all the way back to Greek mythology, it's going to be Uranus and Gaia, Mother Earth. Those two do the tango, and they gave birth to the celestials. Jupiter, Kronos, Mars, or at least Jupiter and Kronos and a whole host of them. And you see in Greek mythology, Zeus, Poseidon, and Pluto, or Hades, they ruled over the age of Pisces. So it seems. But it doesn't seem like that rulership is going to be anymore. Because we're moving out of, or we already have moved out of the age of Pisces, which was a Neptune, Poseidon / Jupiter. It was Poseidon, to me, ruled sign. And across the way was Virgo. And Virgo was Venus. So we have now the rulership of Aquarius and Leo. And that's what the kingdom the Christ was talking about in that context of the story. Whether the guy was real or not does not matter. The context of the story, why he's going like this in a lot of the illustrations. Again, big shout out to Jill Rowland for pointing it out. That means the letter U in sign language. A lot of the Christ illustrations are showing that. That's the kingdom of crypto, because crypto is Krypton, and Krypton is tied to Uranus. Uranus is an eccentric energy. It's an electrical energy. We have electric cars coming in, the electrical age, internet age, communication age. You have, Apple Vision. I was listening to Jordan's podcast. I mean, him and I are like, I haven't really been talking to him, but it's just like crazy how in sync him and I are, because like I put a post out on my social media, one slide about the connection between the movie Ready Player One and Apple Vision, and when it came out, when they first introduced it up in Silicon Valley. And as fate would have it, the dates that both of those, that movie that came out and the Apple release date for the Apple Vision, same exact card of illumination. Same one. Different date, but same card. This is, is this what we're all moving into, or is there going to be some of us that transcend? I'm having to really relook over everything, all my research. And, when you look at the hourglass, that's why when I had it on here, right there, the hourglass in the middle, and the reason why I created this graphic here is because the middle path to me is the path of green. It's going to be your homeostasis. It's going to be pH balance of the body. It's going to be neutrality. And it's going to be the middle path and the sands of time now. Now, this hourglass right here represents the age of Aquarius and then the age of Leo, because both of them form a symbiotic relationship. They form this hourglass shape. And either Leo is going to be on the top and Aquarius is going to be on the bottom, or vice versa. And it just may so happen, folks, that the top of the hourglass, that may be the heavenly realms. That may be a different reality for those that may have been chosen to go to that reality. And that may just be heaven. And, whether that's going to be Leo, Leo's a fire sign, these are just possibilities that I'm throwing out there. But this hourglass is what our reality is made up of during these ages. Again, either we're moved out of or we're moving Pisces and Virgo. This is the same thing. Pisces and Virgo would make up that hourglass, which is the figure 8, which is infinity. And it just keeps changing. And this hourglass flips and moves. And it's very, very interesting how it works. But I can tell you right now, ladies and gentlemen, I'm bringing all this information and Decode the whole channel. And, why I became a tour guide. Like, my Uranus is in my 12th house. And there's just so much to this that I can say. I mean, even if you're a fan of... Now, I get it now. It finally clicked with all this research I've been doing on Uranus. Okay? Because, and I'll show you a few slides. I have a Decode coming out. Lucy Decode, the movie Lucy. I have that coming out probably tomorrow night. I'm going to show a few sneak peeks of that. And I'm going to just show you how crazily scripted my life is. And there's no one coding me. Not that if there's a computer that's, people say, well, there's a computer coding sports. Well, is there a computer coding me? Because I don't belong to any society. I don't belong to any organization. It's just me, myself, and I. And I'll show you a slide tonight of my nutrition, because I'm certified in nutrition. When I was doing nutrition, I'm going to show you how Uranus is right on my damn... Anyway, I'm going to show you how my life is so scripted, and how do you make sense of that? Like, I mean, where do you draw the line with this whole code? Like, I had said to people that, those of you that think that the code, man's doing code, well, then I would ask you the question, do you think that there's organic code? And if your answer is yes, then I would postulate the question, when do you determine that the code no longer is organic? And I know what the answer is going to be. Well, when it's evil. Okay, so that means that you think, because that's what the typical answer is going to be. So that means that there's a separation between good and evil then. That's what your answer would have to be. So if it's evil, then it's not from the God or not from the creator. If it's nefarious, if it's manipulation, then it's not from the creator. Then the code becomes inorganic. That's what people's answers would be. And there's no way to prove that. See, if you go into the most popular spell book, which I broke down, Isaiah 45 verses 7, it says, I form peace and evil. It's both. You go to any of the ancient texts, they're going to say the same story told in a different way. One ruler, good and bad. That's just the way it works, folks. So Uranus is where it's at. I mean, Uranus is 23 in numerology. The word blood is 23 in numerology. The word history is 23 in numerology. The word crown is 23 in numerology. The word cologne is 23 in numerology. 23 is the most fortunate number in numerology itself if you study the aspects of the science of numbers. That's why Michael Jordan wore it, LeBron James wore it. It's a very, very fortunate number when it comes to the science of numbers. 23. And it's going to lead to the number 5. 5 is your fingers and toes. It's going to be tied to the blood type, the word blood, 23. I showed all that in my 4 Decoded. My first release of my new series called Decoding Quickies. Really, really fast decodes. All right, so that was kind of some of my announcements. Thanks everybody for being here. Big shout out, my main man Jordan over at Waters Above. I was listening to his podcast while I was up in the sun today on the rooftop. I got to listen to some of his great words, and I love listening to he just draws a lot of people. He's got the voice to talk. And then I've gotten a lot of people asking me to do podcasts with certain people. I don't know. I'm still working on getting Let's Exit the Matrix Part 2 with Ola. I got to reach out to her probably tomorrow. She's been doing her thing way up in the frigid Arctic Circle. Anyways. So let's get into some of your questions. I'm going to try to do my best to get into all your questions here. To my right is my second monitor, and this is where all your comments are coming in. In the background, if you're wondering, I have the Great Time Cop 1983, the instrumental version. Synthwave. It's all about like the 80s, man. And according to, NASA and all that stuff, Uranus would be planet number 7. Since they're saying Saturn is 6. So Uranus would be 7. 7 would be Libra, if you go by that context, right? Yep, 23 is the 9th prime number. That's right. So, what does that mean? Well, then 23 encapsulates all 9 numbers. Somebody had, there's a few of you, if you're that, like, you would love to, Chris and who else? Somebody else emailed me about old world Florida or some a YouTube channel, something Florida World. I don't remember. I don't want to butcher it. They were doing a podcast with this guy, Slick Dissident, I think, and it was on the Enneagram. And that's an area of personal development that I haven't really shown to the world. And I tell you, the reason why I haven't is because the test that you have to take to figure out your type, usually it's paid. So I'm trying to get the stuff that's free for people. But the Enneagram, using the numbers 1 through 9, it has its own say and merit. It's pretty amazing system. I'm a huge fan of the Enneagram. So there's that as well. I would definitely encourage all of you to look into your Enneagram. So the question is, what do you think classic astrology using Saturn of day instead of Uranus? Capricorn being Saturn of night? I don't understand your question. Can you reformat that question? MRT says, I am heartbroken. My wife left me after 2 years. What can I do? Well, I'm going to be neutral with my answer to you, right? I'm going to be the liaison. I'm going to give you answers based upon no emotions. Because typically people are going to want me to give like, oh, poor you, I'm so sorry. And I don't want to feed it. So there's two things that come to mind. Number one, make lemonade out of it. You got to go through the grieving process. Maybe it was for your higher good. Something coming down the pike is going to be better for your screenplay. Now, if you really want to have that back, then do whatever it takes. Now, if you're in my opinion, if you go into the human design, if you're a generator or a manifesting generator, that's kind of one of the rules that you're not supposed to do, and that's chase anything. You're not supposed to chase anything as a manifestor or a generator. Now, that doesn't mean you can't put effort into a relationship that went sour or somebody left you, but for me, I've learned my lesson on chasing things. And I can't compare your situation, MRT, to what I'm about to propose to you, a very basic one, because it has nothing to do with it, but it does have everything to do with it. I learned many times through ordering stuff off of Amazon. I know this has nothing to do with relationships, but I hope this will click for you. There's been 3 instances where I've ordered something off of Amazon Prime and have it delivered to my casita here in Mexico, and it didn't make it. It didn't make it. So it got returned. And then I was like, what the hell? So I reordered it, forced it. And then come to find out when I got it, I didn't need it. Or it was a waste of my money, meaning I didn't use it. Now, I can't compare that with a relationship because obviously being married, you have love involved, emotions. Orders on Amazon don't really have emotions to it like a relationship does. But the way I look at things that happen in your life, such as that of a big scenario right there, how do you make lemonade out of it, right? That's what I would do. I don't know all the circumstances, but I certainly can't give you relationship advice based on, psychoanalysis and all that kind of stuff. But I believe everything happens for a reason. Everything happens for a reason in numerology. When you say that, it's 113, which is the 30th prime number, and role play is 30. Why does everything happen for a reason in your life? Because you're being role played. So maybe your wife left you because that was part of your screenplay. I know you probably don't want to hear that. I'm just coming to you very neutral with no emotions because I don't know your circumstances. But I would say that if you really want to, maybe she'll come back. I don't know. I'm generalizing here. But if you really want to attack that and be in that relationship, then go after it. Have you exasperated yourself on that relationship? And then if you're there's really all hope is gone, fighting it is going to be futile. So you're going to spend all your energy on that for nothing. And then, your screenplay just may not have called for it. That's just how it is for me. I speak from experience. Everything that happens to you is supposed to happen to you. That's my final answer. And that's based on a lot of research into this reality and how it works. You say you're heartbroken and you feel lost. That's love is the greatest feeling in the world and the worst feeling when it gets crushed. So I get it. You got to get through that grieving process. So if she's not coming back, if you're not going to go chase, then you got to make lemonade out of that. And you may not know how to do that at first, but it'll come to you. Time heals all wounds, as they say. That's true. I definitely wouldn't run in and chase in and put a Band-Aid on it by getting into another relationship. That's for sure. That's my long answer for you. You know, I mean, I've been there, done that. So it's not like I'm giving you some suggestions based upon reading it in a book. Can I complain about my characters being played? No, complaining's the worst thing to do. It's the very, you're complaining against the machine. You're living inside of a machine, folks. This is a machine. So if you complain about it, it's not going to be very forgiving. You got to make lemonade out of it. There may be some wiggle room for free will to where you stop the complaining and you focus on gratitude. You know, today, before I went to the gym, I take like niacin before I go to the gym because it opens up the capillaries and I sweat like crazy. I love it, right? 500 milligrams. But you need a carrier for niacin. When you take niacin, you need some kind of carrier, meaning you need a food for it to break down and assimilate and move through the body and start to work. Just like cannabis, if you take an edible on an empty stomach, this is not for all of you, but what I have found is if you take an edible with food and especially like an oil, like nuts, it kicks in so much faster because the oil acts as a as a bridge, or it acts as a fuel to brush that into your body. Anyways, now I want to get off topic, but talking about gratitude. So I had grabbed some pistachios, a big handful of them. Big handful. And I threw them in my mouth and I was chewing them. And I make sure myself to chew really thoroughly. Back in the day, I would swallow really fast, and a lot of the pieces don't get assimilated because they're whole. But anyway, I'm chewing and chewing and chewing and chewing, and it hit me that I need to be in a state of gratitude. And what was I grateful for? My teeth. My teeth were sitting there chomping to get it down to a fine paste so I could absorb it in my body easier, give my digestion a little bit of help. And I was grateful in that very moment right then during a few hours ago. So if you're somebody who complains, if you're complaining about your life, well, you just may have the ability to use your free will and stop the complaining and focus on being grateful for something in your life or the things that are in your life. Every one of you here has something to be grateful for. And if you say you don't, you're on the wrong channel. You should probably go get your truth somewhere else. This is a gratitude junkie group of people here. Gratitude junkie meaning grateful for everything in your life. Every time I go to the store and I swipe my card, I actually sit there and I thank my bank. Swear to God, that's what I do. Every time I'm in the habit of doing it. And I'm not just doing it out of habitual, like, thank you. I'm literally envisioning thank you so much because it holds all my money and I get to buy my items at the store. Yep. That's the state of consciousness I'm at. That's the state of consciousness that I feel like human beings should be moving towards, is a high level of gratitude. Gratitude to me is the ultimate emotion. It's superior to every and anything. Even love, it trumps love because gratitude doesn't get you into trouble. Like love can get you into trouble. Gratitude does not. So you got to become a gratitude junkie, I feel. And it's just like when you brush your teeth tonight, give thanks to your teeth for chewing the food all these years. For that nice smile you got. Give thanks to your sneakers next time you go to the gym or do a 5-mile run. Your feet. Next time you cut your toenails, give thanks to your fingers and your toenails. It's all part of you. And everything in this reality, from what I observe, is everything wants one thing and one thing only, and that's recognition. Everything wants to be loved. Even if it can't tell you it loves you back, it wants recognition. So what are you grateful for in your life? And how do you, the next time you want to complain, flip it into gratitude. Like, waking up, put your feet on the floor. Do you give thanks to your mattress and your air conditioner at night when it's hot and sweaty outside, and humid? Like here in Mexico, it's in the 90s, humid. You come in, I have like dehumidifier or air conditioner or whatever. Even electricity, like power goes out here sometimes. It makes you really be grateful for having electricity, especially when it goes out for more than 12 hours. Can't open your refrigerator because the stuff's going to spoil. You don't know how long the power is going to go out for. So I give thanks to my refrigerator for keeping my food cold. This is the level of consciousness I promote and where I'm at. This is where I feel like the age of Aquarian age, I know thyself. It's all about being grateful for your life. And ladies and gentlemen, let me just be really, really, really crystal clear with all of you, right? If your mind goes to, well, what about this that's going on the world stage? Or what about that? What about it? There's always going to be dirty laundry going out on the world stage. It's inevitable. I can't control any of that. You can't control any of that. What I can control, perhaps through free will, is to focus on the utopian world that I want to create, that I have been creating, that I want to come down the pipe. That's what you can control. And if you got a code right now where you can be comfortable and you can pay your bills, you should be grateful every time you pay your bill. Instead of complaining about, freaking rent's due it. It's a wrong attitude to have, in the sense of wrong attitude. You're not grateful. You gotta flip it. Be grateful. Everything in this reality wants acknowledgement and wants recognition, just like you do. You want recognition, you want acknowledgement for the things you do in life. If you do something, I know that some of you do something nice for somebody and they don't recognize it. What does your mind do? What the hell's wrong with this person? God, you would think they would at least say thank you. That's because you're expecting it. So, don't do it to get don't do something even to get a thank you these days, because you may not get one. Just do it because you want to do it. But nope, you know what the ego wants? It wants the recognition. And you would say, well, that's just manners. No, that's what you've been programmed with. We've been programmed with all this stuff from the age of Pisces. It's not going to be in the age of, it's going to be different. We are leveling up in this reality. We're leveling up. And things are going to be much different, much more tighter. All right, why are we getting all these delete? A big shout out to the moderators, Pamela and Steven, the yin yang, the Jack and Jill. You got one male and one female. Great to have both of you here. Big shout out to both Pamela and Steven. We got some, I like that the messages are being deleted. I'm not even going to ask. But ladies and gentlemen, if your comment got deleted, what are you saying? It's all love in here, folks. It's all love in here. Come in here with love and gratitude. That's it. What's up, Bobby? That's right. And ladies and gentlemen, let me just tell you right now. You know what the eye in the sky is? Uranus. I thought I was like serious. Nope. It's Uranus. Father Sky, Anu, goes all the way back to ancient Sumeria. Even the show, and I got to watch it again. I just don't remember the episode. Even the show Lucifer on Netflix. There was an episode in one of the latter parts of the seasons, and the scene was like they were walking through a big warehouse and there was some box cars in there, like trailer truck box cars, and there was the symbol of Anu. The ancient symbol of Anu. There it was like stamped right on the truck. So now I can tell you, like, Lucifer is Pluto, right? Prometheus, Hades are all tied together. But the whole story of Lucifer is Daddy will not let me go home. That's what the story tells you. So he sends him down. That's what the context of that is. So now I know, like, the daddy of Lucifer is going to be Uranus. So it's all tied together now. Now it's all coming around full circle. I'm going to deliver it all to all you great decoders. My research anyway. You don't have to agree with it, but I mean, I'm starting to see it in the movies. That, you know, like if you see a horseshoe, the horseshoe over the door, that's Uranus. I posted it on Chicago PD. I was watching an episode of that great show, and there it was, the horseshoe over the doorway. You know, when I first moved to Mexico, in San Miguel de Allende, the heart of Mexico, the place I rented had a horseshoe over the doorway. I didn't put two and two together until, you know. And then on top of that, the tiles that were, this building was built in the 1930s, I think. Obviously, it was partly built for me because I ended up going there. But the tiles that were, I had an island in the middle where I put my computer on and my podcasting equipment. And underneath, there's these square tiles. And you know what the pattern was? Aquarius. No joke. I think I have the photos of it. I got to pull them out. It was the symbol of Aquarius right on the tiles. Horseshoe over the door. Folks, we're moving. The age of Aquarius is ruled by Uranus. Okay? And it's not going to be anything like Pisces. What about an upside down horseshoe? Well, when you flip it upside down, you drain. When you flip it up, it becomes the U. So you have the U. You can also say you have the U and the N. And it's just really interesting because the U and like that the letter N, the lowercase n is an upside down U. The letter N is the 14th letter, and the letter U is the 21st letter. So you have this 14 and 21. So you have a 53, right? When you reduce it down, and 53 is the I am. Just based on that alone, as above, so below. And so I also can tell you that the element tin, if you've been paying attention through alchemy, it's Uranus. I thought, I was always alluding it to be tied to Jupiter. Nope. Go higher. The grandfather, Uranus, tin. Jack of Hearts is asking, do you think we get recycled back in if we have kids? Well, I had said that during my sex decoded. Thanks, folks. This is how, right? It's the number one video right now. Like out of the past 10 videos, YouTube shows the analytics, number one. What do you think? What do you think's on everybody's mind? It wouldn't be number one if people weren't attracted to sex. See, that's why it's the feeling of the orgasms and being romantically involved in love and kissing and this and that. Why do you think it was created that way? Because the game needs players, as I said. So the question is, do I think that you'll get recycled back in if you have kids? So big shout out to fellow decoder named Roland. Roland is on my social media. He watches this channel as well. He's brought a lot of great nuggets to my attention, which I've utilized. And this was an idea he threw at me. And so this is where I got it from. And then I started to see it from other people. I can't say for sure. And those of you that have children, you would say no, because some of you don't want to come back if there is a chance to get out of this game. And of course, if you have kids and that idea of you can't get out of this game unless you don't have kids, you would say no to that, right? Because you have kids. So I'm not going to say yes or no on that. It is possible. Think about it. You're leaving your seed behind. So there's a trace of your DNA left behind when you leave this place. I don't know. I can't say for sure. So I'm going to leave it up in the air. It's going to be completely up to you anyway. Even if I said, yes, that's a 1 + 1 = 2 fact, which I never would say, it's going to come down to what you believe. I couldn't tell you that. But folks, even if you get recycled back in, like even if we all get recycled back in, great. What are you afraid of? And if you're like somebody who, I don't want to come back, I got this tough code, like have you exasperated all areas in your life to make your code the best it can be? Have you eliminated complaining in your life? Have you eliminated blaming the organizations? Have you eliminated, the chaos in your life and tuning into the mainstream? Have you turned all that stuff off? Have you checked off all those boxes? And then you can make the determination of your life. Have you been to personal development? Have you been doing shadow work? Have you read some books on getting rid of your past and your programming? If you haven't checked all those things off the box, how can you say you actually have attempted to make the most of your life? Many of you here have not done these things. So like if we all get recycled back in, and that's just the way it works, just check all the things off the box, man. That's why I say be the best little devil you can be. You're going to sin. You're going to make mistakes in the sense of making mistakes. But overall, like, what layer of life are you tied to? Service to others? When's the last time you did something nice for somebody? And then how long of a gap in between doing it again? When's the last time you did something nice for yourself? Jason says Lucifer makes Lucifer a Titan. Well, I believe Lucifer is Prometheus and Prometheus is a Titan. So there's that. I mean, you got to take into consideration, ladies and gentlemen, which I've already covered, right? The ground you stand on, like when you go, like those of you that are spiritual, that's a spirituality, you got to go out and ground. Okay. So you go put your feet on the ground. You know what's underneath your feet? Dead things. Which keeps this system, the ecosystem going and going and going. It's a contract. It's never ending. It just changes. So I've gone over the nitrogen cycle, the phosphorus cycle, the carbon dioxide cycle. These are all cycles. And it's never ending to keep this reality the way it is. Now, if something changes where this whole reality changes completely, well, that's a different story. What's up, Christine? She's asked, what about Akashic Records? Well, I mean, this card, the card right to my left on the wall is the spirit card for today. So these two cards right here are for today, right now, currently, because we're going to be moving into, well, I don't know if I'm going to go to Sunday, but these are the two cards for today. These are the Uranus cards right here. And the King of Clubs, card 26. The word source is 26. And then the Two of Spades is card 41, and the word Elohim equals 41. So now you bring in the let's make man in our image. So we don't know what that means. It's a story. I mean, ladies and gentlemen, the Elohim, that whole story can be aliens that are living underground. And that's how you get all the cloning and all that stuff. And that may just be how human beings got their start. We can't rule any of this stuff out. Can't. Everything's got to be laid out on the table now. I reached out when I had left a message for Jason Brashears from Archaics, and I had said, hey, I had this thought run through my mind. I'm like, hey, let's do a podcast on, because he was talking about there in the ancient text and, doing the chronology, there was nothing about people from the sky coming down. Well, here's the thing about history. It can be manipulated and changed, right? It's supposed to, though. So even if the story is not embedded into history, does not mean it doesn't exist. It came to my mind because just a couple weeks ago, somebody pointed out there was like this story in Las Vegas, and there were these people that called 911. They said there was like these 10-foot monsters in their backyard, and even the police, they went out because they even saw a police officer saw like something come out of the sky and fall down. So, was it an illusion? Is it there to fool you? Is it real? I don't know. But it gave me the idea of like, I told Jason on the voicemail, let's do a podcast on, because he was talking about, they don't come from the sky, they come from underground, which is Tartaria. And you get into, if you get into theology and you correlate that, like if you start studying Revelation, which means apocalypse, you have the locusts that come. And to me, that would be the people underground. I mean, you get into Time Machine, H.G. Wells, you get into, even when I was growing up as a kid, there was a show called Land of the Lost. If you're old enough to remember that show, it was the Sleestaks, and they lived underground. And there's all these people coming out. Bill Donahue, like they've got stories. He's got his fingers melted off. I don't know if it's true, but he's talking about how he had to kill one and it almost killed him, and they're underground. I wouldn't be surprised if that's the case. My whole decode of Area 51, it's tied into Los Alamos in New Mexico, the laboratory there where Bob Lazar supposedly went to. And then you go all the way, that connects that area right there, Roswell, New Mexico, the crash of 1947. That's when the Dead Sea Scrolls were found, by the way, 1946 and 1947. Not a coincidence, but 33 degrees, Roswell, and then even the town that the crash happened actually wasn't in Roswell, it was in Corona, New Mexico, where his name was W.W. Wells or something like that, or I can't remember his name, the story of the Roswell. He finds it in June. And that's 33 degrees. And then even the fallen angel story, they fall down to Mount Hermon, and Mount Hermon is at 33 degrees latitude north on the opposite end, on the east side of the continent, of the world. But all that area of New Mexico into Colorado, connecting to Denver, Colorado, where they have something in the underground of the airport. This is all tied to, and there's all these people coming out now saying there's all these underground secret labs and they're doing all this experiment stuff and yada, yada, yada. I guess we'll find out. I guess we'll find out. Yeah, the Vegas alien, I mean, that was like a few weeks ago. I don't know if it's true. Again, like people, we can't, if you're not there, then saying that it didn't happen is, you're kind of really being ignorant, honestly. Like when I had done some of my scripted realities, I did, like the one on Scripted Reality 9, which was the worst massacre in Australia. People are saying, oh, that didn't happen. Were you there? Well, no, you weren't there. So I can't say I wasn't there either. I'm just decoding it. But you can't sit there and say absolutely it was a hoax and it was not real. That's that's a very ignorant statement, actually. It's possible it really didn't happen, but go look at the code, man. I don't have I have a Discord channel, Space Monkey Mafia, but I don't use it. I mean, people have been asking me, get on this and get on that. It's just like, YouTube's enough for me. It's just enough for me. I mean, if I can get another Logan to help out, then with the tech stuff, and I have, then maybe. But right now, YouTube's enough for me. I mean, folks, look at the damn crop circles that happen. I mean, they're like tattoos of the earth. There's no way there's no way that the people out there with cardboard boxes stomping down on the, man, those are too perfect. Something's creating those. It's not no way. So something's up. Something has been up for a long time. And it's cyclical. So the reason why all this stuff's coming out, someone showed me a video on something going down at the South Pole. Some whistleblower saying that they have these things down there and they can create earthquakes and all that kind of stuff. All this stuff's coming out. That's because we're in the age of Aquarius, man. Uranus is going to expose it all. The airwaves are wide open for people to come out and speak their truth and what they saw. Like, that's why there's no more secrets. That's how you move into this area of Minority Report, prevention crime, the prevention crime unit. Because there's no more secrets anymore. You can't hide under a rock anymore, per se. Conspiracy coffee. I haven't really dove into Tom Campbell and the Big Bang Theory of everything. I didn't see Bro Sanchez's episode. Nope, I didn't see that. I've been really just busy doing my own thing. Not that all these other great decoders don't deserve attention. So I may check into some of this stuff, but. Steven's asking about twin flames. If I'm an Aquarius, and if Leo is symbiotic with Aquarius, would that mean, well, first and foremost, Steven, you're all 12 signs. So I think what you're referring to is your sun is in Aquarius, but then make sure you take into consideration both the Vedic sidereal and the tropical Western, because like myself, I'm a double sun sign, meaning in the tropical, I'm Aquarius sun, but not in the Vedic sidereal, I'm a Capricorn sun. And if I read about both, I'm both of them resonate with me. So you got to look at both charts. But ultimately, if you pull up your chart, you will be all 12 signs because you're going to see 12 houses staring you in the face. Now, there is some merit to, and this big, a shout out goes to this subscriber. His name's Little Gold Dragon. I can't remember, I think, but he had said, someone had asked about that. Like, they wanted to know their partnership and stuff like that. Or they wanted to know their twin flame or soulmate. And Little Gold Dragon, I think he said, check into your house opposite where your sun's at, which has a lot of merit, right? But then you got to take into consideration the Venus positions. You got to take into consideration your card of illumination and then what that matches up with the person that you're interested in. There's a lot of factors that go into picking out somebody who's going to be, like in a symbiotic relationship with you. You can't just say, well, my son's in this house and that it's going to be the opposite house, or you're all 12 signs. Even if you have no energy, even if you have no celestials, even if you have a bare house, you still have the energy of that zodiac sign and the nakshatras that are feeding into you. So you're all 12. You're all 12 zodiac signs. All of you will be that. Not just one or two. Or like sun and moon. Like people, what's your sun sign? My moon's here. Okay, great. But where's your Uranus? That's also probably the most important thing now. Uranus, Pluto, ultimate desires, Rahu, Ketu. There's so many layers to look at this thing. Where your palace is, where your wisdom comes in, Athena. Looking at that, where your Ceres is at, the goddess of agriculture, these micro pieces. I mean, these are important to take a look at it as well, besides the basics. So when you start to spread all these layers out through your astrological chart, you're going to start to realize, oh shit, I have all 12 houses that I'm encompassing, and you're going to be all 12 houses. So we're all 12 zodiac signs. All of them, not just one. Thank you very much, Samantha. Sending everybody a ton of love, man. I appreciate each and every one of you, all the great comments coming in, all of you, just all the support. Like, I really appreciate all of you. I mean, a lot of you give so many nuggets, and I really appreciate all of you. So. Jason's asking, do you think time goes back to the start? Well, I really just look at it from the hourglass perspective. You know, if you look at an astrological wheel, you have the symbiotic relationship of the as above and so below, whatever age we're in. And then when the sands drip down and it empties out, then the zodiac wheel moves. And when it moves, a new one comes up, and that one's already been filled up from the bottom. So it continually moves like a clock, and every time one moves into the 12 o'clock, 6 o'clock position where the sands run down, all that new energy, which was old energy from the last age, however long ago it was. I got a video coming out showing how to really describe what I'm talking about, because you need the visuals. And I can't, even if I show you a zodiac wheel, it would be tough to show you that. Ashaya Shanti says, my father was a Leo and my mother Aquarian. I mean, in which system? Tropical or Vedic? It's like that. My parents are the flip. My dad is a Capricorn Aquarius, and my mother is a Virgo Leo. Or no, I think she's just a straight Leo because she's right in the dead heart of August, so doesn't matter. But they're like literally 183. My parents are literally 183 days apart. Like one half of the circle. It's crazy. And they're both 10s. My dad's 10 of diamonds. My mom's a 10 of clubs. My whole life's scripted. My life is a dead ringer in being scripted, the screenplay. Like I go back to my parents' house. They bought this house. They've been down south. They now live in South Carolina, and they moved into a house. I don't know how many years ago it's been, but when I first went there, I'm walking through the garage, and what's over the door going into the house? A freaking horseshoe. And then I had one in Mexico. It's like these patterns starting to show up, and I know it's Uranus. Uranus is heaven. So if you want to go to heaven, you're going to go to Uranus. If there is such a thing. Yeah, tropical, Ashaya Shanti, tropical. You got to look at the date. I would encourage you to go look at Vedic Sidereal, because it may change depending on the dates. It may move it into a Capricorn slash Virgo. What do I think of porn and OnlyFans? It's marketing. Just strip away what it does. It's an energy hub. It's an archetype. Everything in this reality is an archetype. So is there a difference between Pornhub or a porno channel or a porn company or a church? Is there a difference? Well, in the context of energy, no, they're both archetypes. They both draw in energy. They both give off energy. They both market to people. And people buy. People sell. Oh, you got to come to this church. It's so amazing. They're marketing the church. Oh, you got to check out this hot chick or hot dude, or they're marketing. So in the context of just stripping away the good and the bad, forgetting all that, all it is just energy, and this whole reality is a battery. So it's going to use every single thing in this reality that it can to harvest the energy. That's how we are a little battery. We are a little microcosm. You're a little cell in a battery, Just like if you go into your car and flip open the hood, the battery inside has cells in it. That's what starts your car up. The whole construct of the battery. The anode and the cathode require water inside there, just like the body requires water, and then you have cells in order for the battery to work, to start the car. Well, the body works the same way, and then the fractal above is Earth. Earth is an actual battery, and it's being harvested. The energy is being harvested. We're feeding it through emotional reactions, the good, the bad, and the ugly. February 8th, 4 of spades. It's like the dreamer. Jason's asking about the card. Let me show all of you that. So that's a question. I've talked about this many times, but let me just show you. So Jason's asking the question on the cards of illumination. You have the spirit card, the handler card, and then your ego card. And he says there's 2 cards at the bottom right-hand corner. What do those cards symbolize? So let me just show all of you that. Let me get my display capture here. And here we go. Okay, so this is the boilerplate chart for the cards of illumination. Let me get my cursor. Hold on. Okay, so this right here is your ego card, master life, and then the master spirit. I call it the handler card that owns and operates your master life card. So this is, you're going to just find the card. Like today's card is the King of Clubs. So it sits right here, and you have Uranus ruling horizontally, and then you have Uranus ruling vertically. So the King of Clubs is a Uranus card. Kind of looking at this like it's a bingo chart. And all these spaces are numbered. This is space number 13. 13. This is how powerful 13 is. It's got Ra right in there, the sun god. 13 is tied to the sun, right? Soul. 13 is tied to the sun. Uranus, Ra. And then if you come over to the spirit side, you're going to have the same, that's the spot. In the same spot, it's the 2 of spades. This is the card that works with the King of Clubs. The 2 of spades is a card tied to the Akashic Records. Straight up. It's tied right to the Akashic Records. Okay? But you'll notice that in the bottom, let's go back to the King of Clubs here. And the bottom right here are 2 cards on every one of these cards. What are these cards? These are typically called, and they go by different names, these are called karma cards. Okay? And so they connect. And so the one on the right is the karma receiving card. It actually feeds this, which is, this is my birth card, the 8 of spades, which sits here. So I feed the King of Clubs, or the King of Clubs rules over me. Okay? This is my spirit card. So down the bottom, the subordinate card is the 8 of spades. I work directly with the King of Clubs, and I feed it, and it feeds me. And then the energy connects to the 2 of spades, which again is right here in the same spot. And there's the King of Clubs feeding the 2 of spades, and the 2 of spades feeds the 6 of spades. And the 6 of spades is card number 45, tied to the word Pandora's box. So think about it. Pandora's box, Akashic Records, source code, because the King of Clubs is source code. Okay. And then this 6 of spades is the card of the pulse of light, the diamagnetic pulse of light, which is all about, and God said, let there be light. Okay, that's what these numbers, so these are what the cards are for you. So you start over here, you find your card. Now, some of you, if you have a Jack of Hearts, you're just going to be a Jack of Hearts. There is no karma cards for the Jack of Hearts. There's no karma cards for the 8 of Clubs, and there are no karma cards for the mighty King of Spades. Okay, January 1st card, no karma cards. And then you have 2 other cards that only move twice, meaning, for instance, the Ace of Clubs only has the 2 of Hearts, and then the 7 of Diamonds only has the 9 of Hearts. Okay? So if you're a 7, like this is Jordan's birth card. So he's the 7 of Diamonds and the 9 of Hearts. That's gold. 7 and 9, you can look at that way. Or the 97, and 97 is the 25th prime number. 79 is the 22nd, tied to the number 22. So these are all these layers that you can look at here. But that's how you read the cards right here. And even this one, yeah, I mean, Uranus is 23. This is the 23rd card in the deck. It sits in the crown line. This is in space number 50. 50. I am 50 right now, showing you this. 23 is tied to the word blood, crown, history. This is all 10 of clubs. And even the word Bitcoin is 23, and that is this card right here. So what runs, what created, what's starting, what's going to rule over Bitcoin and cryptocurrency? Uranus, which is going to be the king of clubs. Okay? That's what's going to be ruling over the age of Aquarius. I hope that helped you. Kronos' card. Let me just go back again. Hold on. Since you guys are questioning this. Okay. So you got to look at the chart. Here are the planets lined up. This is for this system now. Now it can change if you use a different system. That's why you got to start like putting a puzzle together. That's why, if you're just connecting words to numbers, like a lot of decoders do, that's a great place to start, but it's a horrible place to finish. You got to start connecting more layers to get more sense of this, because there are many systems involved at all times. But anyway, there's going to be a horizontal row, and then there's going to be a vertical row. And so like this right here is the Neptune card, the Queen of Hearts. And then if you come over here to the spirit side, it's the 10 of Spades. Okay? 10 of Spades, Queen of Hearts, Neptune energy. Uranus, King of Clubs, two of Spades. Jupiter, Saturn, 9 of Hearts, 7 of Diamonds. Okay, 7 of Diamonds is card 33, tied to the Christ, etc., tied to your vertebrae. And then the 9 of Hearts is tied to Pandora's box. The Jupiter card, it sits in the heart almost. The 10 of Diamonds, card 36, which is one of the most fortunate cards in the deck. And the Queen of Clubs, card 25. The Mars card position is the 6 of Hearts, which is the day of Christmas. December 25th is the 6 of Hearts. And then it's the 4 of Clubs in the spirit side. And this is the casino, the house, the 4 of Clubs. It's the star. This is card 17. And then the major arcana of the tarot, it's the star card. So when you're born through the layers of Christmas, this is celebrating life. Forget all the bolt-on of the tree and the mistletoe and Santa Claus and all those bolt-ons. The true essence of Christmas is just celebrating life as a human being and being a star into this, being born as a star. That's it. And this is the Christ energy. And the 4 and the 6, that's, if you bring this together, 46 is tied to our DNA. The double helix is 46, tied to our DNA. If you flip it around, 64 is the codons in their DNA, as well as the checkerboard floor, etc., etc. If you move into the Venus shares its energy with Saturn. 7 of Diamonds only has the 9 of Hearts. So it's going to have the 7 of Diamonds and the 9 of Hearts, just like Saturn. So in this system, Saturn and Venus are like tangoing together. They're doing the dance. Okay? Saturn represents time. Venus represents the Ankh, which is immortality. That's what the symbol of Venus is. It's the Ankh. Immortality and time. What do you think time is? It's immortal. It's eternal. So Venus is immortality. Saturn is immortality. They do a tango together. And then the Mercury card is the 3 of Hearts, which is a card of celebration. And the Ace of Spades, the Ace of Hearts, which this is the card of the proton. The very first card and the third card. This is creation through magic. That's Mercury. Okay? Mercury, 3 of Hearts. And these charts move every single year. Okay? With the exception of a few years, like 45 is going to almost be identical, etc., etc. Whoop. All right, so there you have that. The cards, man, I'm telling you, the cards are... Like, here's my book. Like this, look at all the notes I have in here, man. I have so many. This is my esoteric Bible, man. You can't get this. You can get it online. Like my friend Sharon, who's the card reader, she gave me this as a gift. This is like all the pages are coming out, and This is what I've used to predict the past 3 Super Bowl winners, the NBA Finals. I actually didn't even need the cards to predict the winner of the NBA Final. That was the easy one. Banks to blockchain. How do you think pieces will fare during the age of Aquarius? What are pieces? I don't know what you mean by that. Yeah, Robert Lee Camp is good. My friend Sharon, I think, is a little bit better. I like Robert Lee Camp's stuff, but I would get like my friend Sharon Jeffers. She's a dear friend of mine. She's been studying the cards for a long time, decades and decades. Robert got started because of her. I believe. I think Robert kind of initiated himself by Sharon. And Sharon's, that's how I got my book from. But Sharon, I think, is a little more tied into the code. This book right here, you can't get. It's just all the charts, the solar spreads. Every year, these charts move. The cards move. So this is a book Sharon gave me. You can find them online, though, digitally. You want all the charts. Time is the real devil. That's right. That's what Satan is. Satan is time. I mean, is it a coincidence that the word time equals 14 in numerology, just like the word Satan? No. Because what happens when you get born into this world as a kid, and you don't know any better, and you're like, you know nothing. You don't even realize you're a human being. You just like kind of looking around. I mean, I couldn't even go back that far. But what happens when you start to finally realize you're in life? You get taught things by your parents. You see your parents going to work. Then you're told you got to go to school. I don't want to go to school. You got to go to school. It's mandatory. So you go get an education. And then you turn 16, you got to get a driver's license. Yeah, everything is cyclical, and then you have all these standardizations in life. And over time, you will start to weigh yourself down. And the weighing down is you're sinning, and that's the devil. It's time weighs you down. You become lead. That's what time does. Jason says, my cards are 9 of clubs, Queen of Hearts. Yeah, the birth card for NASA is the Queen of Hearts. And the 9 of clubs is card 22, which is tied to the Titans, titanium, tied to sodium in the brain. It's the Wounded Warrior card. It moves into space number 31 in the tarot. Space 30 and 31 if you only count the Fool once. Or remove it out of any position, move it to a 0 position. So the tarot to me it can be a total of 77 cards, but it can also be a total of 78 if you include the Fool. The Fool's got a big 0 on it. So people count that as the first card. How do you count 0 as number 1? I can see how you can count it as 22. That's what I do as a secret. Like it's a hidden aspect of it. Which would then create a 78 card deck. But tarot can also be 77, which is why the charts that I share with people, I share with them the tarot spread of 78, 77 cards. So these cards all move into 2 positions simultaneously. Kathy Rennick saying, how do you find your cards? Let me just type that in for you. So let me see if I can pin it. There you go. So anybody that's interested in knowing what your card is, I just pinned to the top of the chat the website to go to. It's very simple. It'll ask you for your month of day and your birthday. And that's it. You don't need your birth year, just the month and day, and you're off to the races. Kilt the Game is asking, if life is scripted and everything happens for a reason, why did the creator give some of us a life of loneliness and emptiness? Well, first, that's a two-part question. Every one of us here experiences that. And the answer I would give you, it's for your growth. You got to make lemonade out of it. Instead of looking at it as a negative, flip it into at least a neutral perspective. That's number one. And then the second part was, even if we have people around us, we still feel alone. Well, I would say this to you. It's something that you're programmed with. I'm 1000% assured of that. If you feel a certain emotion, it's something that you've adopted as a belief, and it's something that happened to you. And I've done a lot of shadow work. I've been through tons of personal development seminars, huge proponent of Landmark, huge proponent of Bob Proctor, Born Rich, huge Louise Hay, a lot of her books started with Louise Hay. You got to go and you got to get rid of your programming. So if you're somebody who's depressed and lonely, you're choosing that. And if you say, no, I'm not, of course you are. You're choosing it. Now, the root of why you're choosing it, that's really the big story. So you got to figure out, like, why are you choosing it? Because you're choosing depression and anxiety. Depression is a choice. It may have triggers, but it's a choice. I've beaten it, meaning that I've overcome it. So it's a choice. Depression's a choice. Even if your reality is scripted or not, like, setting that aside, like, in the context of what I'm talking about, everything happens in life for a reason, scripted reality, predestined screenplay. Forget all that for a second and realize that if you have free will, if you believe in free will, and you are depressed and you say, I'm depressed, you choose that. No one's forcing you to be depressed. You're choosing it. Flip Mode 007 is asking about explaining to people what neutrality means, and he puts how neutrality wins the game. Okay. I'm going to say this very crystal clear. If there is a way to win this game, okay? So you got to take that into context. If there is, these would be the layers I would say that would be part of that. So what does neutrality mean? Well, you don't have to be neutral to love. Like, loving somebody and being compassionate to somebody, loving your neighbor, sharing things with your neighbor. Like, what do you think I'm doing here with this Decode Your Reality? You think I'm just speaking for nothing? I mean, I'm doing it because I love the world. The world to me is a global village. I get off on helping people. Even though I may not even experience what you guys and gals end up having as DNA activation upgrades, even if you never tell me, I know they're happening. And I'm doing my job, right? That's part of my job. But the neutrality part I don't need to be neutral to love. Neutrality about winning the game and being neutral and taking the middle path is when you have the dark side of life that you don't like. When you look at the mainstream, and you get emotionally involved with it, you're not being neutral. The mainstream is an archetype. The news is an archetype. If you start to look at our reality as archetypes, your life will change. Everything in this reality that markets to you is an archetype. It wants your energy. It wants your attention. It grows by your attention to it. So neutrality means looking at something that happens in the world that you would say, oh, that's bad, or that's the boogeyman, or the devil did that, or see, that's you giving energy to it. See, the reason why the church has a job is because it invented the devil. The church would never even have a job. It would never even exist if there was no such thing as the devil. It needs the devil to exist. A church does. That's its whole base fundamental, is you got to worship God because the devil's going to get you. So they're archetypes. Neutrality is looking at this reality and realizing it's a big play. It's all theater. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Yeah, people get killed, people get shot, people get taken out, people get this, people get that. Yep. But you got to take yourself and remove yourself from that. And even if you look at those kinds of things, realize there's nothing you're going to do to change it. If you want to go make change, if you really are that passionate, and some of you are born to do this, go be a police officer. Go work for the FBI. Go work for the Central Intelligence Agency. If you want to put yourself in play and you really want to get heavily involved with the game, go do that. Instead of just sitting there blaming and it's them, it's their fault, and they're doing this. No one's doing anything to you. You're doing it to yourself. So when you start to realize that you need the antagonist, protagonist, you need the villain just like you need the good guy. You can't have one without the other. And that's where the devil comes in. That's where time comes in, because like I've used this so many times, this analogy. When you buy a brand new car and you trade in your old car, which was a piece of shit, 300,000 miles, the wheels are falling off, the ball bearings are going. I mean, it's just, there's no muffler. You're not a happy camper. There's no pride of ownership. And then you finally get enough money to buy a new car. You go on the lot, you trade in your junker, and you walk out of the dealership and you drive home in a brand new car which has 0 miles on it. How you feeling? You're like on cloud 9. Because that new car is like the golden age in our reality. It's the paradise in our reality. It's a microcosm of that. And you're not giving any energy to it as an old clunker. You're not like pissed off and yelling at it and swearing at it because it breaks down on you, or you're giving that thing great prana, great energy, that new car. And that same exact example can be taken and put into the context of our reality. Because that new car will eventually, what happens to the new car? You drive it, you may get into a fender bender, an accident, somebody rear ends you, you get a flat tire, the ball joints go. You got to do the brakes, you got to do the muffler, the catalytic converter breaks, the alternator breaks, whatever. Eventually that car turns into a used car, and then it may go to the junkyard. Golden age to dark age, and the cycle repeats. That's how this reality works, folks. So time will kill that car. The same way time is going to kill you. That's why Saturn, which represents time, it shows it's eating its children, because that's what time does. It eats you. It eats away at you. When you get older and you get older and you get older, your body slows down. It responds a lot slower. It doesn't heal as fast. It takes forever for scrapes and cuts and bruises to go away as you get older. Your body breaks down, and that's the devil getting you. That's time. That's it. And it's a necessary element in this reality because you're not born to live forever. When you become neutral to this reality, you turn off the negativity in your life, life becomes better. When you look at that negativity, you realize it's just a big show. It's just a play. Even if it really happens. It's all supposed to happen, folks. It's all part of the process. Mr. Russell says, why are we born? The game needs players. This reality needs human beings in order for spirit to enter the body and use people as instruments. Where does the ideas in your mind come from? Not from you. Not a little birdie. Steven's asking, why do I have a hard time communicating with people when I dream? The dream state is much different than the wake state. So if you had that question, if you ask me, why do I have a hard time communicating with people? If you just remove the when I dream, well, then it's something programmed in you. So if you have a hard time communicating with people in the wake state, it's something that you're programmed with. It may be a fear. More than likely, if you're not moving towards something during the wake state, it's something you fear. If you're not taking advantage of an opportunity during the wake state, it's probably going to be based upon something of a fearful energy that you're not wanting to move towards. Jason says, if you want to admit light, you must embrace the darkness. Light was born from darkness, and how many things are created? That's right. I've said this many times. Like a lot of people, I'm a light worker. Well, that's great. And I had said, if you want to become a light worker, you better make best friends with the dark, because without the dark, you got no job. So if you're somebody who says, I'm a light worker, well, then you better make best friends with the dark. See what I'm saying? How the tango goes? Right now, it's here in Mexico, it's 10:31. It's dark out. Unless something chaotic happens, tomorrow around 6 a.m., it's going to get light out. And just like that, you have light and dark. There's nothing evil about it, folks. It's just yin yang. That's it. So Zelo Watch says, I don't think people chose to be born without an arm or leg, though. I don't think people choose anything. You know, this is my current level of understanding, which I have shared with this community many times. I'm going to say it again, those of you that are new. If there is free will in your reality, if we have free will, and if you're going to say, well, how do you think we have free will? Yes, but I think it's limited. The limited amount of free will that you have, what are you doing with it? And if you believe you have full reigns, great. What are you doing with it? All that matters is what you believe anyway. So my current level of understanding is, and I've observed this many times through many different scenarios, all the horrific things that happen, like for instance, Zelo says people being born without an arm or leg, maybe they were horrible people in their past life. And now they got to pay it off by being a paraplegic or being born in a war-torn city or being born in a very poor family that has nothing or being born with some rare disease or being born blind or being born not being able to speak. Can't rule it out. I mean, there's a video. If you want to know what hell looks like, go to YouTube and type in zombies of Nairobi. I've mentioned this many times. Go type in zombies of Nairobi on YouTube. Go watch that video. And then try to put yourself in the position of like if having to be raised in that layer of life. Because that video right there, to me, that's when I really got the idea of like, if there's hell, that's it. And maybe the punishment is being recycled back into the game and having to be placed in some scenario like that, which I never would want. That's why it makes me grateful when I, like where I'm at right now, people say, well, what about this going on and what about that? There's nothing I can do about that. All I can do is raise my frequency, be the best little devil I can be a good example, work on my utopian world, help people, be service to others, and make the change that way. The chaos is going to go on no matter what I do. So I turn the chaos off, and that allows me to focus on my utopian and the order, and it allows me to be a more freer individual. Less stress, less worry. That's the way I think human beings should be, but human beings are conditioned to turn on the news and the mainstream and focus on that stuff and then just share it with other people and just be free marketers. So many of you have just been, you're employed by these news media outlets and you're not even getting paid for it, but you're sharing all these damn stories. You know who you are. I mean, I get so many emails from people and I know exactly how you're rolling in life, but I'm not judging you. I just see, I have the eyes to see. I just like, you're watching a heck of a lot of TV. Like if you're sharing something about mainstream and you just like it, it's really just like cookie cutter mainstream stuff, whatever. I mean, why are you watching that stuff? And how much, some of you just watch a little bit of it, great, but like how much time do you spend on that stuff? I barely watch it. Personally myself. It doesn't make me better than anybody. That's just where my level of consciousness is at. I'd rather create videos. I'd rather make music. I'd rather do decodes. I'd rather do research. I'd rather figure out physics. I'd rather look at things, et cetera, than watch and spend time on the regurgitation of the mainstream that just wants my energy. My energy is too precious. So is yours. So Danica says, your natal chart shows you where you need to burn off karma in this life. Well, maybe. Again, all that matters is what you believe. I kind of lean towards what like Ola and I talked about during our first podcast, Let's Exit the Matrix. And Ola was saying, if you understand your astrological chart, and you got to look at, not just tropical, you got to look at your Vedic. I really, honestly, like when I do readings for people, I tell people that the planets, the celestials, they're archetypes, right? And so they feed, they're hungry, just like you. You eat, right? And every organism here eats, pretty much. So the energy, the things they eat is energy. And so when you have a code through the astrological maps, when certain planets show up, they get fed by your reaction. And so when you know and study your code over and over and over through just astrology, and you can see when somebody says, somebody push your buttons. No, it just they're trying. The celestial's trying to get fed. The universe is trying to get fed. See, that's why when you stop doing the blame game and all that stuff, the universe kind of like leaves you alone. Because if you start doing the blame game and saying all this and that, you're literally cursing the creator. Because it owns it all. I mean, folks, if you're a parent, if you have a kid, would you let anything happen to your kid? No, right? Of course you wouldn't. So if your child called you one day and was crying hysterically on the phone, and they got into a really bad car accident, and you were at work, would you just be like, well, I'm busy at work right now, I can't come. I'll come later on tonight after I'm off my shift. Would you do that? No. You wouldn't. You would stop whatever you're doing and you'd go attend to your child. That's extreme. Even if something like a kid got a fight in school, you'd be at the school. But you see, if you take that from a fractal above even higher, Mandelbrot set, and you go like, whatever created us, is it running to your beck and call when you got a shitstorm coming in your life? No, there ain't nobody saving your ass. Nobody's paying attention to you. Yet here we are, imperfect human beings, far from being perfect, and our instincts are to literally go to our child right away to fix the problem. Well, that's not what whatever created us is doing. It's like, hey, just fend for yourself. So there's more to the story in the context of how this reality works than just saying, well, and then you get into this, and religion is just ridiculous if you ask me, because it's just going to say, well, you got to have faith. And well, go tell your kid that. Call your kid, if your kid calls on the phone and say, hey, I got a really bad accident, well, have some faith. The tow truck's coming. Don't worry about it. Have some faith. Put your faith in God. That's just so ridiculous. That story doesn't work anymore. There's no box that it can fit in now because you're programmed. The veil's been lifted. You wouldn't do it as a parent, but yet the cosmic mother and father is allowing it to happen. There's more to this story, ladies and gentlemen. So when people say, well, the devil's behind all the bad stuff, well, the devil wouldn't exist if you didn't have a book to read from. And then in Job 41 verses 11, it says right in that chapter and verse, everything under heaven is mine. Well, if you own everything, why are you allowing the shitstorm to happen? Why are you not rescuing your children? Because we're going and rescuing our children right away at the drop of a hat. But you're not rescuing your children, so there's got to be something more to this whole story. People don't take these things into consideration. Well, I'm taking it into consideration because when I can help somebody, I do it as best as I can. Right away, I go help. Like just 2 days ago, next door, there's a house, and the people that live next door, they're from Canada. So they come here seasonally, and it's summertime, so they're back up in Canada. Well, 2 nights ago, I'm sitting here decoding, and I start hearing this cat meowing and meowing and meowing. And I'm like, what the hell's going on? So I go out in the back, and still during the daytime. I go out in the back, and the neighbor next door, they're not there anymore. They have this pool, and it's, 8 feet deep, and it's empty, but it has a little bit of probably like that much water left in the bottom of it. And I can only see like the edge of the rim. And there's a cat inside. There's a little kitten inside there in the pool. It fell in down there. It's not drowning, but it can't get out. And then this other cat comes around, and it's like literally like trying to do something, but it can't. There's a lot of stray cats here. So I'm trying to like scale the wall, and I can't. These big metal, it's long story. I couldn't get over the wall. But my instincts immediately when I heard that cat crying, I was like, I gotta go save it. So I called my landlord, and I told them, they're like, just throw some food over in there, do whatever you can. In the morning time, we'll grab the ladder and we'll have the workers go over there. And they did. They rescued the cat. But you see how my instincts were? My instincts immediately were to go rescue that animal. That's not how this reality works when it comes to the context of the mother and father, whatever created this reality. No one's getting rescued. Okay? No one. So there's more to the story than what we know about. So again, I mean, why was I saying that? That whole story went off on my little rant tangent like I typically do. But like my whole context of my point was, stop blaming this reality. It's not doing anything to you. Okay? If you get sick, if you get a disease, it could be trying to teach you something. Or you just are not doing something in your personal life to make yourself homeostasis, which is balance. You're eating shitty. You don't drink enough water. You don't get the basic fundamentals, the minerals, nutrition. You're not doing that stuff. But then you're blaming, oh, God did this to me, or come on. Mr. Russell's out. Do you think it's possible for the majority of people to wake up? No. In the context of waking up, what does waking up mean? Maybe you would say the wake up state is where you're at right now, right? Like you have the eyes to see how this reality works. Well, you should be grateful for that. See, I used to be asleep. If we define being woken up and asleep, well, would you say are you asleep? I would say everybody here would say, no, I'm not asleep. I'm awake. Okay, great. Don't be saying, don't be using the sheep crap. Oh, these sheep can't see. Where are you at, man? You're putting yourself thinking you're better when you say these words. So I don't use them because I used to be one of those people. And when I look at the people that are not at the level I'm at, I'm grateful I don't have that anymore. It puts me immediately into a state of gratitude because I was there before. And I'm like, man, if put myself back 20 years now, much different, but makes me grateful. I flip it into a gratitude piece, comparing where people are now versus where I'm at. And this is the code I got. This is like where you're at in your current moment. That's what you got for your code, your screenplay. Be grateful for it. But the majority of people in this reality, no, the game needs players. And even if it doesn't, even if that's a moot point, it doesn't matter. The thing about it is the majority of people are not going to figure out how this reality works. They just won't. They're not interested. They're not interested in if you're somebody here who, loves the esoteric and the occult and the stuff that's been demonized. If you fancy the things like the cards and the tarot and the numerology and astrology and all the things that have pretty much been demonized, if you fancy that stuff and you're here, well, you're supposed to be. Revel in that. Be grateful for that position that you're in. When you start to look at the mainstream and say, I'm so glad I'm not there. Thank you. And you can do whatever you want to do, your mantras, your prayers, whatever it is you want to do, whatever makes you feel good. Great. I personally, I had this, it's the I am and then I am you. I am you. And the you is Uranus, which you just maybe running the whole entire show, the whole thing, the boss of the whole show. I think that all the planetary positions have a say in it. They're all, but if you look at the classical lineup of the planetary positions, the classic astrology, Uranus wasn't included. It wasn't discovered till 1871 by William Herschel. So you only had the sun, moon, Mars, all the way through Saturn. And those are in the Gnostic aspects, those are the archons. So Uranus wouldn't be part of the archons. I know Neptune wouldn't either, but thoughts on the sacred secretion. So that's a pretty interesting topic, right? The sacred secretion, meaning, you might as well say orgasm, right? And holding back and not doing that. You can get into tantra and all that stuff, but Folks, how did you get here? How do you think you got here? I mean, if everybody just held back and did all that sacred secretion and all that stuff, I mean, there's that aspect, right? Then there is the aspect of being celibate and holding back, and there is those things to take into consideration. But again, I mean, those of you that have kids, your kids got there because you humped. So there is no sacred secretion. So I don't know. It can go either way, right? You can define holding back or letting go and having fun. And there's gonna have some merit to both sides of that story. A big shout out to Santos. Oh, somebody asked me at the very beginning. I missed it. What's up with Santos? So I messaged him just last week. I think he messaged me last week. Vice versa. Yeah, last week. He's doing good. He's still up in the mountains being a hermit. But he sounds good. He's doing good. Everything's groovy, man. Santos is plugging along. One day he'll come out of hermit mode, and I've already asked him to do a podcast with who will be. I hope he'll do it. He says he will, but it'll be me, Santos, Jason from Archaics, and Jordan from Waters Above. Us four will do a podcast one day. Us four. Pretty awesome. So someone made a comment about getting that thing, and I'm not even there anymore. I'm not even in that consciousness. I don't even talk about it, pay attention to it. I don't even think about it. It's just not part of my reality. Those people don't pay my bills. I don't pay theirs. They don't walk in my shoes. I don't walk in theirs. They don't make my appointments for me. They don't work for me. I don't work for them. It's just me. And folks, it's just you. It's you against you. The competition is you. And when you turn off the mainstream, when you turn off what everybody else is doing, you free up all that time to pay more attention onto you as a superstar, being the star in your own movie. That's what you do. You could even be the fool. Let me just, I want to show something to you guys. Something really, let me just see if I can get this pulled up here. Hold on. Let me see if I can get, here it is. Okay. So I'm going to show you how scripted my reality is. And this was before I was officially woken up. I mean, I had my stages, as you can say. Like, my big breakthrough was probably in 2008. That was probably one of my big breakthroughs when it comes to stages. You'll have stages of waking up, right? You'll have stages of activation upgrades. 2008 was a very, very big one for me. And I've had some monumental ones since then, but nothing like now. Now it's bonkers. So I want to show all of you something that I found today, and I want to show you the progress and how I've been programmed and how I've been scripted from a screenplay from the very beginning as a child. I'm going to go all the way back to when I was 12. All right, so check this out. This is going to be kind of funny. So right here was a flyer that I had made when I had when I started to use this as one of my companies, 22days.com. I don't have it anymore. It's moved to Cosmic Sugar. But this is when I was doing nutrition and training people. And right here, this was a picture of me when I was 12 years old. I was into the Incredible Hulk, and look at the color shorts I was wearing. They were green, right? I loved green as a kid. I had a lot of green clothes. That was me. And then I had moved to, this is me in San Francisco. This was me in San Francisco right here. I was on some Winstrol at this time right here. So I was doing a cycle of Winstrol. And then this is my last competition right here when I was 40. Now I'm 50, right? 10 years. I'm a little smaller than this now, but I stay at this shape year round. But this was my last competition I did. This was in the men's physique. And the funniest part, you see, I'm wearing the green shorts. Now, I wasn't into uranium and Uranus and any of the alchemy, anything that I'm doing now, but the number on my jersey, on my pants that they gave me, I didn't pick it. They gave me this number. I was 234. That was my number for this competition in Los Angeles, in Century City, 10 years ago. Okay, so what is 234? It's uranium. Here are here's the isotopes of uranium, right? Here are all the isotopes. And you come down here and there it is, 234. See it right there? And I'm wearing the damn number. And my whole life is now surrounded. My Uranus is at 29 degrees in my tropical astrology chart. It's in my 12th house. There's so many, and I'm telling you the kingdom and what cryptocurrency, it's all uranium based. And I'm telling you all this. I may or may not have been the first person. It doesn't matter. But the point is, ladies and gentlemen, ever since I was a freaking kid at 12 years old, my parents had a Pontiac Phoenix. I got Phoenix tattoos on my arms, 5 of them. My parents had a silver Pontiac Phoenix with a red interior when I was a kid growing up. A Phoenix. How many layers have I shown? And then just that, I was looking at today, I was cracking up because of the green shorts and then the last competition I did, and then this whole Uranus thing now and how it rules my tropical chart, 29 degrees. In the sign of Libra, Libra, 7th sign. Uranus, Libra. Anyways, it's just hilarious. My whole life, I've been living out a freaking screenplay. My whole life. The whole thing has been a screenplay. It's scripted. It's been scripted from the very beginning. Mary Stevens is asking, do you think the Phoenix connection to your life pretends to a possible Phoenix event? Of course it does. At 1,000%. I'm part of, I literally have on my arm, the rising of the Phoenix. I have all flames. It's all flames and Phoenixes, right? I got this stuff before I even knew anything about the Phoenix stuff. I didn't even have it in my mind that my parents owned a Phoenix. 1976 Pontiac Phoenix silver. I didn't even correlate that. And I got all these Phoenixes, just like I want to get Phoenixes. And then at the top of my arm, I have a samurai fighting a dragon. Okay? The dragon representing the Phoenix. And at the top, I got a set of eyes, the all-seeing eyes. I got the whole basis of the Phoenix rising on my right arm. And then the only tattoo I have on my left arm is a raven sitting on a skull. I got this one in London in 1993. And this right here is tied to the constellation of the Phoenix when I did the research on it. in the nakshatras. Where my Pluto's at. My Pluto being in the 13th nakshatra called Hasta. Hasta is tied to the bird, the phoenix, the raven. It's all on my tattoos. Like I didn't know any of this stuff when I got these. 1993, I was in the military, man. I went to Desert Storm. Being asleep as it gets. Screenplay playing out all the time. Just didn't know it. Now I know what the screenplay's playing out. Makes it much more enjoyable. What does it mean to me? So Mary's like, what does it mean to you? There is no meaning to it. I'm telling you, like my Decode Your Reality channel and all the family, everybody here, I'm the tour guide. I'm sharing with you the breakdown of how this reality works. That is part of my job. This is the card that rules over me. This is my spirit card. It's the Uranus card. And here I am. I'm telling you, the age of Aquarius is Uranus. And this is what Jesus was saying in his illustration. No one gets to the Father. The Father is Uranus. Because no one gets to the Father except through me. If you want to go to heaven, heaven is Uranus. Because Uranus is called Father Sky, Anu. Heaven and Gaia is what created the other celestials. It's really simple. Bobby, your Uranus is in Hasta too, huh? That's awesome. Yeah, that's it. Flipboat says life has no purpose. The purpose is life. That was Jordan. I think Jordan coined that. And Jai T, you can ask any question you want. My first car was an Eagle Talon. My father had an Eagle Talon. The turbo one. Blue. 5-speed. Super fast. I'm checking out your comments. Opie Land is asking, any plans for LA? I'm working on it. So I have announced, I'll say it again, those of you, that's according to the analytics on YouTube, and a big shout out to YouTube for hosting my channel, or our channel, I should say. And it's not even mine, it's ours. But yeah, next month I go to LA, the city of angels. And I'll be in Los Angeles from mid-July to the end of July. I'm really, really wanting to do a live get-together. So I'll let all of you know. Keep your eyes out on my channel, on my Facebook, for the announcement, if that ends up happening. What my idea was, so I'll just throw some stuff, be really transparent. It's just getting it all together, renting a space. You got to get the microphone. I really want to do one, though. I've been itching to do one for a long time. And then Jason did one, his first one, and it really motivated. I was like, man, that's what I've been wanting to do. But what I really wanted to do is a tarot reading, like a room filled with people, and do a collective card pull from selected people in the room. That would be a lot of fun. Kind of go over a little bit about the course I have coming out, some of the material, do questions and answers, all that kind of stuff. I really just make a day of it. So that's really the game plan coming to LA. But I mean, I have a lot of friends to visit. So I'm going to be busy, preoccupied with that stuff. enjoying some food. You know, you can't really get here in Mexico, so that'll be cool. But it's really a vacation, right? Because that's all I do is research. I mean, even though I'm in paradise and I'm having a vacation, staycation, getting away and going to a different place is always nice. So that'll be cool. Where am I going to be I'll be in LA. I'm going to be I'll be staying in the Valley, I think. But I'll be, close to Hollywood. I'll be close to Melrose. I'll be close to, there's a space, big shout out to, God, he's going to kill me. I don't remember. It's so hard to remember people's names, and I know him so well, and I just can't believe I can't remember his name. Kevin, big shout out to Kevin Kirtland. He's a queen of clubs as well. He's if you saw my video with Santos, the Gathering of on my channel, there's a video called The Gathering of Syncretists. This was shot when Santos first came and visited me in LA, and there was about 8 of us that we went out right next to Beverly Hills. There's this really cool spot called Tree People. And it's right off of Coldwater Canyon, those of you that know LA, and it's awesome. And then there's a picnic table there, and we went there and we sat down. Kevin shot us live, and we just chatted for a couple hours. It was pretty awesome. I thought about doing that as well. I want to get 50, 100 people together in LA. That's the biggest audience that I have. It says anyway. The analytics say that. But check out that video, the Gathering of Syncretists. That was a lot of fun. But Kevin recommended the place in Los Feliz, which you can rent, which is a pretty cool space. I just got to get the mic. You'd need a microphone. You need sound. And then I got my friend who can do all the videography. She's amazing. Her name's Tasha. She'd already agreed to do it. So we have the works of it. If you could help out, if anybody is good at that kind of stuff, reach out to me, send me an email, decodeyourreality@gmail. I would be greatly appreciated. That's not my strong point. Is like if I'll just show up. Somebody put the event together and I could just show up, or I'd be in heaven. I don't mind paying for people for their time either. It's not, I'm not asking anybody to do it for free. So if you're someone who's an event planner and you know of a space, if you know somebody who's got a house that would open it up, whatever, it would be kind of cool. But yeah, mid-July to end of July, I'll be in LA, the LA area. So. Yeah, North Hollywood will be cool. All that's North Hollywood, Encino, Sherman Oaks, Tarzana. They're all relatively close. They're all Hollywood Hills, Hollywood, West Hollywood. That's all my old stomping grounds. I lived up in the Hollywood Hills for many, many years, right up in Mulholland, where all the the murders happened, the Manson stuff, all that. I lived up in that area. It's an amazing place to live. And I love Los Angeles. So, Hollywood's right there. It's just like, just a cool vibe. I like it there. Cheryl's asking, can you give me a small decode on these numbers? 5, 6, 7. Those are too long of numbers to give you any information on. 5, 7, 6, 7, 4, 6. Couldn't help you with that. Sorry, that's just too much. I don't even know where I would even begin with that. Last night I had to put a very sick chicken down. Now I see it as a new moon and Saturn. Well, new moon means new beginnings. Full moon means emptying out. And Saturn is going retrograde. So there's, my answer to that is there's too many moving parts of why these things happen. And I'm not belittling, because I love all animals. I'm an animal. I like animals more than I do people. No offense to you people out there. I don't know, just how I am. But anyway, I love people too, but I don't like looking at death. Like, it gets me down when I see it. I don't like watching operations, blood, stuff. Even horror movies, I can stand some of them, but when they start to get really gory, it turns me off. So you had to put a sick chicken down. I don't know. Maybe you actually did it a favor. Like, if you got to put an animal down, and a lot of animals can't tell you they're suffering. Maybe you did it a favor. Eventually, we all going to die, ladies and gentlemen. Do you want to suffer? No. That's why pain management is such a big industry. Because eventually, the majority of us will experience some kind of pain. Who the hell wants to wake up in pain? I don't. You don't. So the older you get, time, Satan, gets you. And pain is part of Satan, right? The devil gets you. So it's really tough to give you the answer on that. I'm not belittling your situation as well. Maybe if the chicken was a pet of yours, maybe. I mean, people have chickens. I see them all over here in Mexico. I love sitting there watching the roosters, and it's awesome. But the new moon and Saturn going retrograde, there's just too many moving parts to even take those things into consideration and say they played a role on having to put an animal down. What are my thoughts on the dream state? It's a dream. It's a different state of reality, a different state of consciousness. And then other dimensions. These are... The challenging part about other dimensions is there's no way to prove them. Like, the only thing I can prove is this reality that I'm in. Right? That's a 1 + 1 = 2 fact, that we're in this reality because you're here watching this transmission. If I close my eyes, I can envision anything. I can say, if I can say, what color, if I ask you a question like, what color is your car? You're instantly going to get the color of your car in your mind. Is that another dimension? Maybe. You would think it would be, but I don't know. I had never done out-of-body experiences. And even if you did, it's another state of mind, right? Out-of-body experiences, you can't say 1 + 1 = 2, that there's another place to go to out of your body because, I've been there. Well, I've been to a lot of places in my dreams. Are they real? Is a dream any different than an out-of-body experience? I would say they're probably very similar. But these are my opinions, and I'm not going to take anybody's opinions away thinking that there's other dimensions that you can go to. You would think there's probably other dimensions because you get into fractals and Mandelbrot set. But the most important dimension that matters is this one right here that you're playing out, because you spend the majority of your time in this reality. If you go do an out-of-body experience, there's one thing that's probably that will happen. You have to wake up and you have to enter back into this reality again. So you spend the majority of your life, even if you do out-of-body experiences, even if you do psilocybin and you experiment with all that stuff, it's only temporary. You spend the majority of your time in the three-dimensional reality. So that's going to be the dominant reality that you experience. Saturn is going retrograde. Does that mean I've been feeling some very restricted chaos? People feel, here's the thing about planets going retrograde, right? People will experience chaos when planets are not going retrograde. Like Jason saying he's feeling restricted, very, very restricted chaos at the moment. Saturn's going retrograde. Well, there are people that experience chaos in their life when Saturn's not going retrograde, when it probably has no influence over them at all. Because you can't just look at one planetary placement and say, there it is, right? It's a team unit. As I have shown countless breakdowns of astrological charts. It's not just one layer to it, it's all of them. You got to include Rahu, Ketu, Mars, Venus. They're all playing a role through the astrological map. So when something goes retrograde, okay, fine. But it's not just going to be that selected piece that's going to cause the disturbance or cause you plentiful areas in your life, et cetera, et cetera. That's just how my viewpoint is, being a fan of astrology, looking at the charts over all these years. I know 6 and 28 are perfect numbers. You're the first two. That's your birthday, okay? 628, that's the Two of Clubs day. Two of Clubs, so it's the futurist card, right? The Two of Clubs is actually the birth card of Elon Musk. What, do you like the guy or not? See, this leads me into a really... I got a decode coming out on CERN. Here's the birth card for you in the tarot, right here, this one. It's the Two of Wands. This is the futurist card. See that person right there? He's holding the world in the palm of his hands, holding on to the left side, and then the right side, there's two wands. Though that's the sun and the moon, I think. But this is the card of the futurist. This is card 24. It's Elon Musk's birth card. What is it? What is this organization called? Space what? Space X. What letter is X? The 24th letter. He's got the 24th tarot card as his birth card. Did he know that when he named it SpaceX? Maybe. I don't know. But it's the card of the futurist. 6 and 28. Well, you're tied to your birthday. And you would look, you go, anyway, whatever your birthday is, go, what day of the year is it? Leap year and common year. Take the leap year and common year, add them together. Is it a prime number? If it's not a prime number, is it what composite number is it? And then what's the next prime number in line that's going to rule over that composite number? That's what I would do for all of your birthdays. For all of them. How many days left in the year? There's a sign there. What day of the year it is. What card is it linked to? What tarot card is it linked to? What medicine card is it linked to? What alchemical element on the periodic table is your birthday linked to? All these have pieces and merit in your life. X is the 10 in Roman numerals, yes. Errant Protocols asking, what actions can we take to change or affect our code? So you're basing your question off of you're not living. You're basing your question off of free will, I would imagine, right? No. So all I can do is give you the answer with my foundations, right? That's what we need to establish, and everybody here is going to vary with their foundations. And what I mean by foundations is your truth, right? So my foundation. Part of my foundations is mankind's being used as instruments. That's one of my foundations. My second foundation is we have free will, but it's very limited. My third foundation may be that, you can use the free will to change and activate different aspects of your screenplay to go into the wave and do the tango. Like if you just look at a lightning bolt coming down to the ground, it branches off. That's life. That's it. That's life right there. A lightning bolt shows the purest essence of what life means. The lightning comes down and then it breaks off into different bolts. That's life. See, I want to be that main bolt coming down. That's the most powerful. That draws the most energy, has the most energy. That's what I want to be. The lightning bolt, the 1.21 gigawatts. And it's 1.20. Why is it 121? Because it's tied to antimony. And antimony is tied to your brain, which is tied to mind control, which is the implant in your brain. 1.21. It's science tied to the bolt of lightning too. So with that base fundamental of what I just said, foundation-wise, right? What would you do? You got to, first and foremost, I would lay all my life out on the table, and I would figure out what's holding you back in life. Because everybody has one main thing that's holding you back in life. What's holding you back in life? And then on the opposite end, what is it you want to get out of life the most? So what's holding you back? And then what is it, the one thing that you want to get out of life the most? Some of you I want to earn more money. Great. You want to earn more money? How much do you want to earn? You got to define it. Don't just say I want to earn a lot. I want to earn $1 million a year. Well, that's about $500 an hour if you break it down to 40 hours a week. Do you work 40 hours a week? If not, if you don't plan on doing that, if you don't care by the hour, $1 million a year is only about $80,000 a month. $82,000 or $83,000 a month. It's not even a lot of money in this day and age. With the amount of things that you can tap into. So if money is your main thing, if you want to earn more money because it gives you more freedom, well then what's holding you back to earn that more money? A lot of times it's just a matter of you haven't defined it. You just haven't made that decision because life gets in the way. And I would definitely point you in the direction, go watch Born Rich and Bob Proctor for the next 12 months. Go watch that every single day for 30 minutes. Less than 1% of you will do it. I can promise you. That's the statistics. Less than 1% of people that really want to earn more money will actually make the changes to do it. They're not going to do it. You won't do it. So you got to be, as the meme says, you got to be more committed to you got to be more centered on your commitments rather than your excuses. You got to be more focused on your commitments rather than your excuses. Most people are focused on their excuses because it's easy. You're going to get into a pattern of habitual things, and then conformity is the number one killer in our reality. And then to get out of that conformity, you're going to make change. Most people don't want to do it. I get it. So if you want to change, if you think you can change your code, well, I mean, like Bill, not Bill Donahue, but what's his name? Bill the whatever. It says to change your life, you have to change your life. That's not a plan. That's true. But whatever it is that you want to do, there's got to be something in your life that you're going to have to sacrifice to get that. I've already done, people ask me, okay, so you might be new. So, okay, let me show all of you. I get this a lot. I guess people don't use the search function. So I've decoded cryptocurrency several times. So if you go to my channel, okay, right here, and this is what it looks like for me. I have the dark theme going on. All you got to do is go over here to the little magnifying glass. You click on that and type in the words crypto. Then you're going to see crypto kingdom, cryptocurrency. Let's talk about astrological crypto. Crypto kingdom part 2. Let's talk about esoteric crypto, the economist crypto decoded. Let's talk about the collapse, blockchain decoded. These are all, that's why I'm like, people, I guess you're not looking at the catalog of videos I have. This cryptocurrency right here has XRP in it. So maybe you didn't know that. That's totally fine. But now you know. So whatever you're looking for, I may have it. I have over 400 videos. You just got to, whatever keyword you want to use, like blood. How many times have I done blood? Blood sun, bloodline. This 4 is about blood. 3 times I've done blood now on the blood. You just got to use the keywords over here in the magnifying glass to search through the catalog of the videos that I've come out with. No, that wasn't GT Vice. That was Miami Vice. The beginning of this podcast, I used the theme song for Miami Vice. That wasn't GTA Vice. That was Miami Vice. All right, let's jump into some sneak peek stuff here. Let me show all of you a little bit of my sneak peek stuff. There you go. So I got this Decode coming out. This one I've been working on. I mean, I had it shelved. I'm like, okay, I gotta get some of this material out because I got so much. I have hundreds of decodes, folks, seriously, and I gotta dump them out, right? So this one's been on the shelf for a while. And so a lot of the slides I had to, add on. I had to delete some because they just were kind of old. But this is going to be the breakdown right here of the topics for Lucy for this discussion. Lucy Light, Lucy Dark. I Love Lucy. Remember that show? Lucy Van Pelt and Lucy in the Sky. I mean, is it a coincidence that this movie comes out in the United States on the 25th of July, which is the Three of Clubs, which is the Game Master card, which just so happens to be the birth card of Thomas John Ellis, who they casted to play Lucifer. And then Bruckheimer, who was the producer of the show, also has the Three of Clubs. Coincidence? And then you have, the 16th card being tied to hell. And ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to tell you that Lucy, you know what it's tied to? This right here. This is Lucy. Lucy is the eye in the sky. It's called Uranus. So let me narrate this for you, okay? It's the only slide I'm going to show you. And this, I have an upcoming one on Uranus, but this is a big bomb here. Okay, but this is going to get hidden because it's in the middle of my podcast, and most people don't watch my podcast. So, but Anu, where you go all the way back to ancient Sumeria, which predates all the theological aspects of the Bible and all that stuff, it predates it. It means sky or heaven, right? Well, Anu is 12. 37 is the 12th prime number. Eye in the sky is 37. You see how that works? Anu was called the king of the gods. In the show Lucifer, this symbol of Anu was in one of the episodes. I got to go watch it again. I can't remember, but it's there. So who's the father of Lucifer? Lucy, Uranus. Here is the old style Greek. It's the 108. The 108 is a big number. Jason from Archaics talks about the 108 a lot. Yeah, because it's tied to Uranus. And then Uranus has an orbital period of 84 years. 37th element, which is tied to eye in the sky, has an average or most abundant atomic mass of 84. And then the Uranus in the Chaldean is 23, and magnesium has the 23 as its weight. 37 is the 12th prime number. So these two elements are in cahoots together through mathematics. When you add those up, 84.91 and 23.98, you get 108, Uranus. This is the icon for rubidium, the electric eye. This here you're looking at it. This is Anu. This is the age you're moving into. This is the age we're moving into. This along with Leo and the sun. This is the kingdom that the Christ was talking about. Okay? No one gets to the Father except through me. Well, you're looking at the Father. There it is, right there. It's Anu. Okay? This is what Lucy is. It's Lucy. Okay? Lucy in the sky is Anu. It's Uranus. All right? It's tied to tin. When you do the alchemical or the alchemology, some of these words you can spell out on the periodic table. Well, you can spell Lucy out. And when you add up the protons, it's 116. And tin has the most atomic masses out of most isotopes out of any element. And this is Bitcoin. They started Bitcoin with 50 Bitcoin. It's tied to tin. Well, tin, there's the 116. It's going to be called isotope 117. It also has the isotope 118 and 119. And then you get into Lucy Van Pelt if you're a fan of Snoopy. Okay, I'm going to show you how this is tied into how the people that created these characters are all being used. It's tied to the Tin Man in The Wizard of Oz, looking for his heart, because it's Uranus looking for his heart. It's coming down and play its own game. All right, and here are the 23 digits of the golden ratio. 23 tied to Bitcoin, 23 tied to Uranus. Uranus is 23. You see. And so when you come up here and you realize that 23 digits into the golden ratio, at the very end is 45. Okay, 45 is tied to the Pandora's box and the fallen angel story. Lucy Van Pelt is 45. Lucy. Lucy Van Pelt, 45. Fallen Angels, 45. Pandora's Box, falling into the This is what we're all in. Here's where the 45 is located at. When you add it all up, it's 119. 119 is the element tin, 50. In God We Trust is 50. What do you think it is? It's Anu. Okay? This is where all my research has led me to, folks. All of it. It's Uranus. All right? It's not Saturn. It's not Mars. It's not Jupiter. It's Uranus. That's the eye in the sky looking at you. Okay? And it's coming back because it's the age of Aquarius. And this is an eccentric electrical planet that doesn't follow any of the rules and guidelines. All right? This is why you're going to be free as a bird. It's going to use electricity as its rule, which will eliminate fossil fuels. It's going to use technology like you've never seen before because it's the ruler of technology. It's going to rule over cryptocurrency where money is going towards. It's going to rule over the airwaves, which is going to make communication even more dramatic. This is why you have the Apple Vision coming into play. That's all tied to this right here. Okay? All of it. Now, is it going to be all just grandiose and beautiful? No, but this is what we're moving into. Minority Report. All this stuff is, this is what we're talking about here. It's Lucy. Okay? This is what this whole thing is about. And so obviously that would make Lucifer be the son of Lucy, right? And you can even take Lucifer and you can spell Lucifer out. So I'm just going to finish with this right here. I mean, those of you, you're getting a real good sneak peek because I wanted to save this for the decode, but you'll be able to watch it again. But here's Lucifer spelled out. There it is. You can do the protons as well. 498. So I'm going to bring that into the string of the golden ratio. We got to go 14 digits in. There it is. It's digit number 12, 13, and 14. When you add that up, it's going to give you 39. And what's 39? Lucifer. This is the original spelling of it. Okay? The original. So you think about what I'm showing you. I'm spelling out the name through the periodic table. And when you add them all up and you bring it into the golden ratio, which is the measurement of nature, it ends up becoming Lucifer in the original Hebrew spelling. And then the Hebrew gematria, the full numerology of it, it's 75. And that's what these 14 digits add up to. 70 freaking 5. So this 75 is going to lead into the protons. And the protons of Lucifer is going to add up to 207. And now you get into classically what it's talking about, which is lead. And, you know, that's why people say, oh, well, that's Saturn. Okay. It's going to be tied to Saturn, but Lucifer's tied to lead. And what is lead is made for bullets, killing, lead poisoning. That's what weakens the nation. Lead weakens you, but it's in nature, folks. It's who made the lead then? Because now you're talking about an energy source that's tied into a material on Earth that's in the Earth's crust, etc. It's lead. This is going to be isotope 208 right here, the 207. That's why these numbers encroach. And then you get the aspects of lead itself. It's death. See, that's how beautiful the tarot is tied to numerology. So lead, of course, you get lead poisoning, you're going to die probably. You get shot by a lead bullet, you're probably going to die. And then I think that was my last slide. Even Lucille Ball, man. Lucille Ball, just owned by the puppet master, which is tied to Uranus, folks. I mean, I don't know how much more I'd have to show, but that was a sneak peek at my upcoming Lucy Decoded. I gave away a lot of the big ones. But anyways, that's what you're looking at, folks. You're looking at the age of Uranus. And that's why I have told people that Jesus, the character, it's not what you think. Especially if you look at the context, like, what's the most popular thing on the world stage today? Still in existence, what's one of the most popular ideas and constructs on the world stage? Jesus. Well, if you use the same concept in the Bible where it came from, it says the road that is the biggest road is the road to destruction. Well, what's the biggest idea on the world stage? The road that's cramped and narrow, that's the one that few are finding it. Well, how can that be tied to the biggest idea on the world stage in religion? It doesn't make sense. So there's something more to the story. The idea of the Christ, like I said, you're Jesus. You are Jesus Christ. You're having the Jesus Christ experience. Jesus was taught the whole, like, my kingdom's not of this earth. Yeah, he comes in the Piscean age because he's telling you to prepare for the age of Aquarius. And he did so in Luke 22 verses 10, where he says, follow me into the house with a man bearing a pitcher of water. Hello, that's Aquarius. That's the kingdom of the Christ, of Jesus anyway. It's the crypto kingdom. Crypto is tied to Krypton. Krypton is the house of El, Superman, tied to the Christ, tied to Krishna, all that stuff. Krypton means hidden, secret. Krypton's average atomic mass is 83. And the 8 and the 3 through the golden ratio is tied to the I am. So we're going to be forming a symbiotic relationship with two spaces on the astrological map. One will be Aquarius, the other one will be Leo. Now, will Leo be heaven? Will there actually be an opposite of Aquarius? And then you bring into the theoretical positions of maybe if you graduate, you'll remove yourself from the 3D reality and you'll transcend to the 5D reality, and that will be into the house of Leo, above the house of Aquarius, if this is the way it works. If Aquarius is going to be at the bottom of the hourglass. So think of an hourglass, and above the hourglass at the top is going to be either Aquarius dripping down or Leo dripping down. Okay? Either one's going to be at the top or bottom. And maybe, just maybe, that if you graduate, you'll go to the top. And if you don't graduate, you'll be in the bottom. And you'll just have to do it all over again. Maybe that's how this game works, is through free will, you get an aspect of being able to graduate. I mean, that's the law 1 material anyway, right? Which is Ra, which is tied to Uranus. So there's so many possibilities to this whole thing, and there's no way to prove any of them. They're just possibilities. So, whether Jesus was a real dude or not, I don't know. There's no way to prove it. And it's just so old when people say, well, you got to have faith. Okay, tell your child that the next time, when they get into a car accident, just tell them, hey, just have some faith. I'll come get you in the morning. Just have some faith. Yeah, okay, sure. Do I think? Somebody. Someone's asking, have I thought of a stream with Jay Campbell? I don't know who that is. I would do it. I mean, I have my other YouTube channel, which I've kind of it's on pause. Is Cosmic Sugar. My other and now that was more attuned to psychic stuff and nutritional stuff. I really haven't, but I would entertain any of that stuff. Yeah, the Golden Knights won the Stanley Cup. I come out with the NBA. The sports is so simple. I mean, and it's not man running. People have this. I mean, you're entitled to your opinion, but there's no way you can prove that your mind's your own. So you can say anything you want about mankind. Sitting down with a piece of paper. Someone had said something in my community post when I had done the second part of the NBA championship and how it was all tied to Jokic and him being the MVP and his number 15 tied to the 47, which is tetragrammaton, and how that's how many points were in between each game, totaled up 47. Ridiculous, right? But man's doing that though. They're doing it. And I said, if you got all the decoders that have skin in the game, you'd have a lot, hundreds of them, right? Maybe you're one of them. And you're going to have your own way of looking at this reality. And if I said, okay, go decode the NBA championship, and you take 100 people and all of them decode it, there are going to be some similarities, but I promise you there are going to be aspects that are going to be original from every decoder. So you take those 100 people, and that means that there is a small group of people that have the knowledge of all these observations of all these other decoders, and they're doing it, purposely coding it to try to mock you, screw you over, and pull one past you and all that kind of stuff. And they have time to do it. They have time to get every player involved, to make sure they get every number involved, to make sure it happens at this time, on this day, with this card, with this tarot card, with this day left in the calendar, this day to this event, and this. It gets so retarded, like so ridiculous. That's what these people, these people are not using critical thinking. The more things you can bolt onto a decode, the more it proves that man doesn't get the credit. You're kind of insulting whatever created this reality, you're kind of insulting it, if anything. Saying, oh yeah, man coded it. Unless there's some quantum supercomputer that has been around for thousands and thousands of years, and it's really a technologically advanced quantum supercomputer that's actually doing all the bidding for this reality, and it's controlling my mind as well because I'm scripted. Someone would have to show me that. Telling me that exists and saying that is how it all works, I'm a doubting Thomas. You show it to me. I got to see it. It's a science fiction idea. So yeah, Love Stonks, the Golden Knights. I didn't even break it down. I didn't even look at the hockey game, the championship. But I mean, did he win the MVP? I don't know. He wore the number 61. 61's Prometheus. That's it's Promethium. Promethium has an atomic mass of 120. It is part of the IM. It's got the 126. Go look at all the isotopes of Prometheus. Like, let me just show all of you this because I got a lot of questions on this. So when you go to the isotopes of any element at all, okay, you're going to get the main ones. And if you go to the periodic table, you're going to get just the basics, right? So this is the average. They're going to go by the average, 145. Okay? And then you come down here and you're just going to get the common ones. Right? And you're going to get the half-life and the decay mode, alpha, beta, whatever. But when you look at the isotopes, you're going to realize promethium is an artificial element. Artificial being doesn't mean that it's made by man, right? But it is involved in trace quantities of fission of what element? Uranium. You see? Uranium. It all comes and stems from uranium, the U. Okay? And even like it was first synthesized in 1945. 45 is Pandora's box, fallen angel. Promethium tied to Lucifer, fallen angel stories. See how it's starting to make sense? You can even get into the movie Prometheus. All right? We just don't know, folks. There's just so many possibilities. But look at where it starts. 126. What's 126? Iodine, I am. Look at all these isotopes that it has. That's why you gotta know what you're looking for. You gotta look at how long it lasts. All these are subtle clues. What the decay rate is. Is it alpha? Is it beta? This is all like advanced, but look how many it's got. And it goes up to 166, which is tetragrammaton. Tetragrammaton equaling 166. 126 is tied to Yeshua and iodine. Okay? Lucifer's in here. They're all in here. Xenon. And the voice in your head, it's all in here, folks. But you got to know what you're looking for, right? And it can be really confusing because this is advanced, and this is what most decoders are not looking at. They're just looking at, well, I'm just going to go here, and I'm going to type in some word, and I'm going to use the base ciphers, and oh yeah, neuron is a 6, it's a 33, it's a 3, and a 3. And then if I open up all, well, you get every number. 1, 3, 5. Which is it then? It gets so watered down. I hope you're not decoding this way. I hope you're not opening them all up. Folks, just use one. And then build your base off of that. And then connect the one to the element on the periodic table. And then the tarot card, et cetera, et cetera. Then you're going to start to have a little bit more of a defined reality if you're a decoder. All right, let's get back to some of your questions. Let's see what you got. So Angela says, I was raised a Christian from age 8. Only thing I felt or moved me was that Jesus loved me. Well, if that works for you, great. I mean, the placebo effect works over 60% of the time, meaning people will just swallow a sugar pill and they'll get better. So if you have the idea that something exists and it makes you feel better, then keep doing that. That's if it works for you, great. For me personally, I am a good person because I choose that. I don't need to put my faith in some character and the whole, why not just save mankind? Why would you, the whole story of that, I mean, I just personally, I think the whole story's been butchered, and I think the energy that people are giving to this name Jesus is not going where they think it's going to go. It's not. It's not going where they think it's going. No way. That's why you get the Society of Jesus. Not going where you think it's going, but that's fine. I mean, I got to break down. I got a breakdown of, where is it? So I've been breaking down the Bible a lot, right? And Jesus says in Matthew 10 verses 34, I'm not coming with peace, I'm coming with a sword. Well, that's not really fun. But it leads to the Queen of Swords, which is the flower of life. I'll be coming out with a decoding quickie on that one. But it's pretty funny, actually. There was no J in Hebrew. Yeah, and that's personally, the whole story of Jesus did not come out until the New Testament. People say, well, it's Joshua. Well, no, there's no correlation to Joshua having anything to... Joshua didn't do miracles. Joshua didn't heal people. Joshua didn't do anything that the story of the man in the New Testament did. Way different story. So I personally, logic and discernment, Joshua was not Jesus at all. Jesus came on, and the Greeks invented Jesus. And wherever came from that, it's the New Testament. Greek. I've broken down the Bible so many times. I've decoded it so many times. Someone's asking me about Epimetheus and Prometheus. Yeah, if you're interested in Prometheus, check out my pineal decoded. In my pineal decoded, I broke down Prometheus and Epimetheus and all that, and then in my pineal 2, which I was surprised. I thought I was going to get a lot more people. That one was a lot more expansive, and I had shown through the pineal gland and it being tied to the actual scientific name, the Epiphyseus cerebris, that is tied to Epimetheus. And it's tied to Isaiah 45 verses 7, where it says, I form the light and create darkness. Well, that's all the cycles of what creates melatonin in your pineal gland. Prometheus is the forethinker, and then Epimetheus is the afterthinker. Not only that, ladies and gentlemen, but with the Bible, right? I love decoding it. It's such a fun spell book to decode, and I'm continuing to do it. And this is where I said the kingdom of the Christ is the kingdom of Uranus, and it's going to be a crypto kingdom. But the Bible itself is it's a cousin of the Egyptian Book of the Dead. From my research, you get Horus and Set, and it's just different characters, but that's where it came from. It's a cousin from the Egyptian Book of the Dead. It goes from, the land of Egypt and all that. It's a different astrological age. The Bible came out in the Piscean age. Before the Piscean age, before the New Testament, you had the Old Testament, and that was Aries. The land of age of Aries. That's why, Aries was all about, Aries is the god, is ruled by Mars. And Mars is the god of war. And Aries is a fire sign. So what happens in the Old Testament? A lot of war was going on. Go kill this, go kill that, sacrifice this, sacrifice that. You better do what I say, or you're going to pay the price. Get out. I'm going to destroy this. I'm going to destroy that. There was a lot of Mars energy. And then in the age of Pisces, the New Testament comes out, which is one half of the Old Testament. So Judaism has its counterpart, which is Christianity, which is just another form of Judaism. It's one and the same thing. It's just a cousin, if you will, or a brother or sister. Old Testament is incomplete without the New Testament. If you're somebody who's raised as a Christian, or even if you still are, you cannot deny the Old Testament, because the Bible is a 66 book complete book. 39 old, 27 new. You can't just say, well, it's only New Testament. No, it's old and new, which means that you're part Jewish. If you want to utilize that, you have to use the Old Testament, which is a book that was originated from Judaism. And the New Testament came out in the Piscean age. Clearly, Jesus was not in the Old Testament at all. He was not in my book. No way. It was the New Testament. Jesus came on the scene. How do you bring Jesus into the age of Aries? During all that killing and killing the firstborn and all those children, all those innocent people, how do you bring Jesus into that? He wasn't Joshua. No way. That's the most ridiculous connection I've ever heard in my life. Jesus came on the scene in the New Testament because it gives you the choice to choose peace versus war. Aries is war, Mars, and then Pisces is ruled by Neptune or / Jupiter, and now you get the peace. That's what you get. That's the choice. But Jesus came on the scene in the Piscean age to say that my kingdom's not of this world. So he's obviously telling you it's not going to happen during the age of Pisces. And then you get into the book of Daniel, which I've broken down twice now. The vision, go check out the vision by Daniel. And I had shown astrologically what it means. And when it says that the new kingdom, the new heaven, new earth will be set up, that's the age of Aquarius. And that is when the stone will smash the other two, all the other kingdoms before it. And the kingdoms that are mixed with clay and iron are the age of Aries and the age of Pisces. That will be Judaism and Christianity and all the other religions that are mixed into it. All the New Age, because the New Age is considered Piscean. So it'll be Islam and all of them that are being a Baptist. Anything that involves the age of Pisces is all going to be the clay mixed with the iron, which is the age of Aries and the age of Pisces. And it says right in that text that the stone will smash those kingdoms and remove them completely, which is religion itself. It is going to completely annihilate all the religions, and then you will now have a new kingdom formed in the age of Aquarius. And that's the whole interpretation of it. That's my truth. And I've supported it with the astrological map. And I supported it with the alchemical elements. Not just listening to some guy talking about what they think it means, regurgitating a scripture over and over and over. No. I don't go by, I go by my truth, just like you go by your truth. Says Lucky Digger saying Jesus was the son of an Anunnaki god. Maybe. I mean, look. Let me see if I can find this. I'll do a quick breakdown. Let me just get the word here. Show all of you. Let me just get this set up. Hang on, folks. Give me a minute. That's why, because it didn't come through. Hold on. Hold on, folks. Hold on. I'm getting there. Give me 1 second. Where the hell is it? I can't find it. It was through. It has to be Hebrew. I mean, hold on. I'll be right with you. I can't find it. It's going to show all these something, but I can't find it. Oh, there it is. Hold on. Okay, I'm almost there. Okay. So, where the hell is it? Okay. Okay. All right, here we go, folks. Ready? So I'm going to start with this right here. All right. And when Jesus says that he is the root and offspring of David, okay? Meaning I come from David. Okay? Now, since this is New Testament, I must use the Greek language, which is right here. Okay? To do the numerology of it. So, here's the Greek. There's David. 41. All right? So now we have a foundation to go off of. I am the root and offspring of David. 41. Well, what's 41? We're going to go to Chaldean now, and we're going to type in this. What's Moscovium? 41. Well, we're going to go to the periodic table, and we're going to see that Moscovium is not only the element that Bob Lazar says that is used to levitate UFOs, but it is the 11-5, the 115, and that's the age of Aquarius, the 11th house, and the age of Leo, the 5th house, which is what Jesus is talking about. Now, not only is it that, but then when you type in this right here, the Elohim in Hebrew, we're going to get the Hebrew of it. We're going to copy that. We're going to come here. We're going to get Hebrew. And what do you think the word Elohim is in Hebrew? 41. So now you can clearly see you have a connecting point between Elohim, let us make man in our image, David, which Jesus says he's the root and offspring of, and the element Moscovium, which is the element that Bob Lazar said is used for UFOs, and it's tied to alien technology. Now, besides this 115 is tied to Area 51 because Area 51's latitude longitude is 37 degrees north, 115 degrees west. So do you think maybe something's going on here in Area 51 where you'll get shot if you go on site? Because there's something going on here, folks. That is undeniable. This is what I got coming out of my Area 51 decoded right there. It's all tied to Jesus, and that's why I said it's not what you think it. Anyways, I'm not even gonna get into it. I'll just let time do that. I'll let time handle it. This music playing in the background is called Time Cop 1983 instrumental version. Time Cop 1983 instrumental version. This is a synth wave. This is the instrumental version. You can also listen to the full version with all the lyrics and stuff like that. Just remember, ladies and gentlemen, the Nuggets beat the Heat 4-1. And Denver is the miners. They're mining for crypto. All right? The whole NBA series was dedicated to giving energy to the cryptocurrency world. Crypto is 25. Miami's latitude north is 25. Denver was mining Miami's crypto. I showed that in my NBA Decoded. The whole series, all the sports and all that, man, it's all dedicated to energy exchange, moving our reality into the, that's why, and CERN, I got a decode coming out on them. They're just doing their job, man. It's more to the story than just that there. People think it's evil, it's this. Folks, you don't build a $5 billion 27-mile track and you're doing this stuff because you know how many people are involved in that thing? There's more to the story than what you think. They're digging into the quantum realm. They're having sex with the quantum realm. That's what the Large Hadron Collider is, which I showed in my my second to last decode. Sex. My last decode, Sex Decoded. I showed Large Hadron Collider, 66, and it's tied to the Christ, Jesus and Bethlehem. I showed it all in that decode. They're hard. This is something I'll tell you theoretically, right? Obviously, guys, this is something that's possible. The energy of Jesus is being used to dig into the quantum realm. Everybody that's prophesying, saying this and that, and giving this energy, and have faith and praise this, and I'm born again. All that energy through magic is digging into the quantum realm. So congratulations, if you're one of those people. And I'm probably going to get some people that unsubscribe. That's totally fine. That's totally fine. Here's the secret on Jesus, though. You are Jesus. It's not, it's Christ, Christos. Jesus was a name invented by the Greeks. But their minds were being used, of course. Because in order to create the Aquarian age, you need to have people in play to do that. And in order to create the Aquarian age, you need to dig into the metaverse and the quantum realm. And you're talking about the Large Hadron Collider, which is a particle accelerator, which is tied to one word and one word only, and that's physics. You're getting into the branch of physics. Is it an accident that let me just show all of you. I might as well just show you this. I'm just going to hammer it out. Let me just show you. Let's just show you, folks. Let me show you how it's tied to the Christ, this whole organization. Okay, here it is in French. This is what they call themselves because they sit on the French-Switzerland border. Okay, there it is right there. It's the Council of European for Nuclear Research, but this is how it is in French. So I'm going to decode it in French, right? Because this is what they go by. Now you got to remove these E's and replace it with other E's because they're going to have the abbreviations in there and it won't pick it up. But look at what it is, 163. This is what they're called. 163. Well, now I'm going to go to the periodic table and I'm going to look like what has the 163. Dysprosium does, right? The average is 162, but you come down here and bam, just like that. 163, it's got the most natural abundance. 28%, by the way. 28 is tied to Lucifer, but 163 there is tied to CERN. What is 66? Well, if you go to Jesus again, and you go to Bethlehem, and you look at the latitude, longitude, well, get out your calculators. What's 31 and 35 add up to? 66. What do you think they're doing, man? They're taking the energy of Jesus that everybody on the market's marketing for the Christ, and they're saying, Jesus is going to come save us. Jesus is going to come do this, and you got to praise the Lord, and you got to do this, and you got to do... They're taking all that energy, and they're digging into the quantum with it, folks, and you're helping them. But that's what's supposed to happen because the age of Aquarius is the age of Jesus, which is the age of cryptocurrency, and these people are digging into the quantum because that's what they're supposed to be doing with this particle accelerator. Look at this thing, man. The Large Hadron Collider. You see how big this sucker is? You think that they're trying to dupe you and get one past you? What they're doing here? With this whole thing? You know how much money goes into this? They're not doing it for nothing, folks. Okay? And when you can figure out the truth about what the whole Jesus story is in the Bible and all that stuff, it's a setup for the age of Aquarius. It says it right in Luke 22 verses 10. And this company is utilizing the energy of everybody through magic by professing in the Christ and all that and saying Jesus is going to come save you and just wait till he comes back. And they're using that to harness to dig into the quantum. That's what they're doing. All right? That's what they're doing, this organization. It was formed on the 29th of September. 29. So that's a big number, this 29. And people say, oh, they're the devil. Have you been to CERN? Do you not even know what they're doing? You don't even know what they're doing. But you're regurgitating what you heard from somebody else. That's what you're doing. You're regurgitating. See, I'm not a fan of regurgitation. Steven says God is the funniest person of all time. God is a comedian, folks. God is a comedian. Here's another one. Might as well just continue on with this. Here's another one. Asking the question, who is the God of the Holy Bible? 108. What was the 108 tied to? You remember what it was? Uranus. 108. The eye in the sky. It's Anu, the ancient god of Samaria, predating any of the other ones. And then if you just remove that, if you just put Bible, you're going to get 92. And what's 92 on the periodic table? Uranium. That's right. You. It's you and me. I am you. See? So that's what we're moving towards, folks. God's a comedian, man. The good, the bad, and the ugly. It's everything. And if you stop focusing on the ugly and the bad, you're in the freaking dark age, man. What do you think happens when you're in the dark age? Bad things happen. Like if you go back 50 years, there was still bad things going on, but it wasn't as bad because it wasn't as many people. There wasn't as many opportunities. That's why the more players it gets on the board, the worse it's going to get, because it gives people more opportunities to get robbed, pillaged. It gets more opportunities for people to take advantage of other people. It gives the opportunity of more hospitals to get filled, more ambulance drivers to have jobs because there's more people getting in car accidents. As you move through time, which is the devil, you eventually get to the dark age, and then the shitstorm is the Pandora's box is really wide open. And then when you remove and clear the board, you then go back to the golden age where you have a lot less people, okay? You have how would you have a golden age with a lot less people? Less opportunities, less energy, less people conjuring up trying to get somebody or dupe somebody or rob somebody or screw somebody over. There's a lot more room. That's why the whole Georgia Guidestones thing, I know what it really means. When you remove billions of people off the board, and it wouldn't even be people doing it, but when you remove a large portion of things that are destroying the planet, and you remove that, eliminate that, and you go back to just a few handful, there's less room to have any damage going on. It's all in the numbers. It's like sales. I've been in sales. I was in sales for a large period. I sold everything: lawnmowers, vacuum cleaners, cars. Real estate. I've done it all, man. And sales is a numbers game. This reality is a numbers game. The more people you have, the worse it gets. The less people you have, the better it gets. That's it. Same with a baby and a senior citizen. One day you're going to die. You're going to have a lot of years on your life. That's not good for life expectancy. When you get old, when you get towards 80, that's not good for you because the clock is short, right? But you go all the way back to when you were born, you got your whole life ahead of you. That's that's the golden age. You're a baby, a golden baby, bouncing baby, right? You go through all your life and you decay and you grow over time and you adopt beliefs and programming and this, and you become an identity, and then you move towards death and the time is short. Now you get into the dark age of what it means to be a human being. And then the cycle repeats. That's exactly how this reality works, folks. At the astrological ages, they're cycles of golden age to dark age. How many people have been talking about from Campbell, autodidact, the mud? He was just the mud floods, and then Jason from Archaics doing all this chronology, the Phoenix event. How much more do you need to see that we live in a cyclical reality? Everything goes during that cycle. Instead of blaming, just realize that it's supposed to happen. It's part of the screenplay. It's part of the movie, part of the game. And just go be the best little devil you can be. That's it. Go be a good person. Go help people. That's the name of the game. Go help people. Not everybody came in here to help people. Some people came in here to pillage you. Some people came in to hurt you. Some people came in to be jackasses. The Georgia Guidestones did get blown up. And I showed that it was all tied to Ra and radium. And the number 88 and 314 and pi and all that stuff. The dates, it started in it was first built on March 22nd, and then it came down on the 6th of June or July. You bring those two dates together, 22 and 6, that's the weight of radium. Ra, the sun god Ra. 88, 226 is its weight. All Someone's asking, what's my favorite word? I've never had anybody ever. I don't have one. I don't know. Going through your comments. Yeah, so this is synthwave. So this music is Time Cop playing. This is called Time Cop 1983. This is the instrumental version. And go support this band, man. They're just the album, and subscribe. And this is just, you know, it's the 80s, man. I'm an 80s, like I was born in the 70s, grew up kind of in the 80s. Which now I know why, you know, like I was born in 1973. 73 is tied to you're on television. This is what I've been trying to tell everybody. It's what I have been telling you. Think about it. I was born in 1973. You're on television is 73. I've been decoding Truman Show, the whole kit and caboodle of being on television. And I got my card that rules over me is the Uranus card. And it all comes down to this right here, folks. It has all come down to this with my research. Showing you the kingdom of what the whole Bible's talking about. It's a book about transhumanism. I'm not saying you're going to turn into a robot, but I mean, Apple and the vision and we're moving into an advanced society of technology, and then maybe, just maybe, once the age of Capricorn comes in, it'll get all eliminated and you'll move back to Earth again, and the machines and the technology will be wiped away. Because the age of Capricorn is next, and the age of Capricorn is an earth sign. Okay, so that to me tells me that you go from the age of Pisces, which is fish and water, and Pisces is your 2 feet standing on the ground. And then in Revelation, where it says in Revelation 21 verses 1, 21 is Aquarius. The word Aquarius equals 21. Revelation 21 verses 1 says that the sea will be no more. And the sea could definitely mean the age of Pisces, yes, but it can also mean the body. You could do this whole transcendence aspect. This is why Neuralink comes in, right? Like, I know people. I'm not trying to sell you anything. Trust me, I'm not. I don't even know these people. I'm just looking. I'm a fan of life, folks. I'm looking at life. And like, I love being a human being. I love all the animals. I'm a huge fan of animals and the insect kingdom, and I love observing reality and stuff. But like, I don't control this reality. I'm subordinate to how this reality operates. And I look at, I'm a futurist, just like you are too. You're looking towards the future. You're like, how's this reality going to work? Well, you're starting to see it. These things come out, man. I mean, you know, when I was born in 1973, there wasn't these. I didn't see them. Maybe, you know, there's been these things around, and I've even postulated, I've said, maybe when the reset happens, if they're like the rising of the Phoenix and the Phoenix event, people that have the technology that survive it, they go underground and they take it with them, right? They take the technology with them and then they slowly let it out. That could be. So they get the advantage, they get the edge. But if that's the way it works, they were selected to have that happen to them. That would be my final answer. It's not an accident that if somebody gets to survive a cataclysm and they get chosen to, that's because they were chosen to do that. It's not an accident. It's not like hit or miss. It's not like playing the lottery. we postulate on these ideas of like, well, they could have had this technology and they came up from the ground. Yeah, that's totally fine, but there's no way to prove that. So there's stories. Even when, like, I love Jason from Archaics and stuff. He's talking about history that you weren't there back then. You're just reading a book that anybody could have created at any time and placed it into the Library of Congress, placed it into the library, into the context, stamped it on a cuneiform tablet. You don't know who created it, where it came from. You know nothing. You're basing it on history. Well, we know history. A lot of history, you could say, is fabricated, meaning that somebody just created a story, and the book, they say, you could write a book and say, this book's real. It's real history. It's real, but it's science fiction. But you say it's real, and then you pass it off to somebody and say, this is real. But it's not real. But you said it's real, and then somebody says, yeah, this is real. You need to read this. And you do that hundreds and hundreds and thousands of years, and now what's not even real is now real. All I know is my reality is we go from golden age to dark age, and it repeats just like a new car drives off the lot and it ends up in the junkyard. Just like your pair of underwear that you wore in high school, you don't wear that pair of underwear. I hope you don't wear your underwear that you wore in high school, because I wouldn't even want to hang out with you if you're still wearing the same underwear since high school. All right, I wouldn't even want to hang out with your ass if that's the case. All right, you want new shit. People like shiny new toys. Okay, that's why there's over 10,000 religions. People weren't happy with the first one. So the whatever's creating this reality is not getting the energy. People get bored. It's like, okay, I got to create a new one. Just like an artist. If you're an artist, man, I like creating new stuff. Do you listen to the same songs that you go to? If you work out, if you go to the gym, do you just listen to the same songs over and over and over and over and over again? You probably do, but then you get sick of them. That's like religion. Studying it over and over, like, God, this is I need something new. Okay, well, out pops a new religion. And then it gets somebody's attention. They're like, oh, this one looks pretty good. So I'll go follow that one. New toy, new toy, new toy. People, we want our new shit. All right, so we got a question on the flat Earth, which I don't even get into. Here's my take on the flat Earth. Don't care. I had this. Somebody had brought this to my attention. This is my short bit on this. Somebody, Alan Nevis on Facebook, if you're listening, big shout out to you. He had said, "Hey, were you in this video with David Weiss?" And yeah, I was. David's a cool dude. I think he lives here part time in Puerto. He's a cool guy, right? He's a nice guy. He's a big flat Earth proponent. And then so when I did my podcast, I said, it's not going to change my life. And he's like, oh, of course it's going to change your life. I'm like, dude, I got bigger fish to fry than trying to figure out whether it's flat, round, concave. Like for me, this is me now, right? Like his job obviously was to incarnate and to do whatever he did and then go into the flat Earth movement. And he's doing a great job at it. Great. That's his job. Not my color, man. Not my flavor. I don't care. It's not going to change my life. It's not, for me, it's not going to change my life. Now, if something comes along where it can change my life, then I'd be interested in it. But it's just another debating aspect. Don't care. Don't care what pilots say. Don't care about... The only true way to know what it really looks like is to shoot your ass up into space and go look for yourself. So when we have that opportunity to do that, if you end up doing it, then you can finally say what it really looks like. But until then, it's purely theoretical, no matter, even my stuff, even I can confidently say all my research. These are my opinions and truths. You got to make the truth your own. A lot of it is theoretical, of course. Of course, I'll even admit that. But you got to do some, I'm interpreting this reality, right? Well, when it comes to flat Earth and all that stuff, there's more than meets the eye when you study how magnets work and magnetism and electromagnetism and all that and the what's the word I'm looking for? I can't remember the scientific name of it, but anyway, when you go study the scientific aspect of how electromagnetism works and how a magnet works and all that stuff, there's more to it than meets the eye. That's why I've always steered away from it, because it's just a big debating pot, is what it is. People get into these debates and then they lower their frequency and they give their energy away. That's not fun. So if you believe in it, great. Okay, check that off the box and move on. Okay, what's next for you? Like, this is my thing, right? Yeah, so I mean, Santos, is a great friend of mine. I don't get into the conversations. I mean, he's a big proponent of it. Again, it's part of his reality. That's fine. I don't have conversations with him about it. We just don't really talk about it. Like I've had conversations with him about us being in a movie. He knows we're in a movie. He'll even tell you it. He knows it. That to me, knowing you're inside of a movie far outweighs whether the earth is flat or round. I mean, what's the bigger story here? That you're on Earth and it's a movie set and you're an actor or actress and you're playing out a screenplay like the Truman Show? Do you think that has more of context of story, or the Earth's flat and it's not a round spinning ball? Which one has more meat to the story here? Well, to me, it's the actor or actress and being in a movie and being watched and being ruled over and being role played. That's far more important, has more merit to it when it comes to context of the story than any flat earth discussion, debate, etc. That's my truth. That's the way I roll with it. But I love Santos. I value what he's come into this reality for. I look at the good in him, and that's it. Because he's a beautiful human being. I love him dearly like a brother. The good, the bad, and the ugly. Because underneath it all, man, he's an exceptional person. And that's what I love about him. And that's what I respect about him. And he's been grinding for so many years, and he deserves to have the recognition of being that grinder. Whether or not you agree with everything he says, how he behaves, doesn't matter. I look at the good in him, and he's an exceptional human being, and I'll always look at him with that respect and love and consideration. And Santos doesn't wear the same underwear since high school, so that's a big plus. Now, Santos, one of the reasons why he's so intelligent is because he's got he's got the Queen of Clubs, man. The counterpart to the King of Clubs. He's got the Queen. The Queen of Mental Mastery. The consort of Uranus. So that's what he's got. That's why he's so intelligent. That's why he has all these amazing mindsets, and he just explodes, and he has all these, he's a beautiful mind. Santos is the GOAT. Yeah, he is, man. Been following him since long time, man. And I guess it was destiny, because, when I started following him, I said, man, I really wish, I hope one day I get to meet this guy, because I found, he's ex-JW, me too. And that, obviously, there was brotherhood there, but what he was talking about, and my favorite material from him is the Vatican and, all that stuff, the older material of his. That's my favorite stuff of his. I still watch that from time to time and get great pieces from it. And that's what I value is a lot, is that aspect. But he's so refined now. It's just, he'll come out, when he comes out of his hermit mode, he'll come out, I hope, even more refined. Yeah, so the Queen of Clubs is Santos's birth card, March 24th. Enrique's asking about the 10 of diamonds. The 10 of diamonds is the card of fortunate blessings. It sits in the very dead center of the chart. It's the Jupiter card. Now, Jupiter in astrology is typically known the planet of benefits, right? The king of the gods, Zeus, the Olympian. And it rules over the 10 of diamonds, okay, exclusively, and the queen of clubs on the spirit side. The 10 of diamonds is any 10. 10 is really the master completion. On the chessboard, the 10s are the rooks, the castles. That's how I see it now, right? So the rooks and castles are the 10s, the bishops are the 9s, and then you have the knights, the king and queen, and then you have the pawns 1 through 8, the ace through 8, right? In the front. Those are your 16 pieces. But the 10 of diamonds is the 36th card in the deck. And in the tarot, it's the 74th card in the deck. Okay. And 74 is tied to the element tungsten. And tungsten is tied to it means heavy stone, which is going to get into the actual setup for the vision of Daniel and the stone that will smash all the other kingdoms, which is everything that I've already talked about earlier on about the kingdom of cryptocurrency, Uranus, and the Christ. The true aspect of it is tungsten is tied to the W and the sun's tied to the Christ and the sun above our heads, et cetera, et cetera. And this could also mean the sun going out. But anyway, I don't want to get too off topic. But the 10 of diamonds is the 36th card in the deck, and Jesus Christ is 36, right? 3, 6, and 9 at the operating systems. The word operating is 36 in numerology. So the 10 of diamonds is a very, very important card. So many big names that have the 10 of diamonds: Tom Brady, Prince, Michael Jackson, Bob Proctor, 10 of diamonds. It's the fortunate blessings card. So if you have that card as your birth card, I'm not going to say you have easy street, but I would definitely, if I were to coach you and strategize with your life, I would sit down with you and I would and this is for everybody, but I'm talking about 10 of diamonds. We would eliminate all your bad habits, focus on getting, and then what do you really want to do in your life? Like, what is it going to get you out of bed and say, I can't wait to start my day today? Everybody should be doing that, by the way. But the 10 of diamonds being fortunate blessings, like you can be really like, what is it you want to do? It's really the completion of money. It's a really important card, right? If you have it. And I mean, Bob Proctor, Tom Brady, they all accelerated with this 10 of diamonds card. Prince, Michael Jackson, they all accelerated with it. They really made lemonade out of life with it, which I think is what the free will is about, making lemonade out of life instead of complaining and saying the lemonade's sour. Fucking just add some sugar. So that's the 10 of diamonds. The Jack of Hearts is the Jack of Hearts is card number 11. It's one of the 3 immovable cards. It doesn't move around every year like the other cards. It's the only card besides the King of Spades and the 8 of Clubs that is its own card. It doesn't have any karma cards. It doesn't have any spirit card. It's a spirit ego card combined together. The letter J obviously is tied to Jesus. The Jack of Hearts, it sits in space number 39, which is tied to Lucifer as well. Okay, so the light bringer, the light of the world, etc., etc. One half of the yin yang. The Jack of Hearts card is a card of looking for love. It's essentially tied to the cross. If you're somebody who makes that cross over your body, from the top to the bottom, the Jack of Hearts sits in that space. It's tied to the golden ratio, the Jack of Hearts. In the tarot, it's tied to the 48th card in the deck called the Knight of Cups. The Knight of Cups. There it is. So what is the Knight of Cups? What card number? 48. Guess what's 48 in numerology? Prometheus. Tied to Jesus. Because this card is about looking for love, which is the Jack of Hearts card. Looking for love. Even the and this is another connection to Jesus and the Jack of Hearts. Jack of Hearts is the 11th card in the deck. What's the 11th zodiac sign, folks? What's the 11th zodiac sign? Aquarius. What does Jesus' first name start with? It's right there on the card. So you have the Jack of Hearts being card number 11, tied to the 11th zodiac sign, and then you have the conversion of that to the 48th card in the deck, tied to Prometheus in the Greek mythology. And this card means looking for love. So what does it mean when you have the Jesus Christ, one of the Jesus Christ? It's you having the experience of looking for love. Okay? And if you want to bring in the fallen angel story there, the whole chasing ass, wanting to mate, falling in love with life. And then you get into Elvis. And of course, I did that breakdown. Check out my sex decoded. The Jack of Hearts was in there. Elvis came out with that movie called Blue Hawaii. The running time of that movie was 102 minutes. 102 is tied to the number 40, the 45th element called rhodium, which is Pandora's box. And the date that Blue Hawaii came out was November 22nd, which was the assassination of JFK. What is the November 22nd card? The Jack of Hearts. So what was the theme song for Blue Hawaii? I Can't Help Falling in Love with You. It wasn't talking about a female. It was talking about life. That's why Elvis has so many clues in his songs. One of them was called... let me think of the name. We're Caught in a Trap, but I know that's not the name of it. We're caught in a trap. I can't get out because I love you too much, baby. Elvis. Jailhouse Rock. These are all alluding to spirit coming down into matter to play the game. Now, it definitely can mean, there can be an aspect, ladies and gentlemen. It can be that there is energy that came down here that can't get out. Because it's in the context of the story, written into the fabric of our reality, and people project it. People project it all the time. Is that there's energies trapped in this reality and they're not coming out. And maybe the energy doesn't come out until the phoenix rises. And the energy that rises with the phoenix creates a new celestial. A new planet, maybe. I don't know. I'm just theorizing, very science fiction-y here, but anyway, that's my long explanation for the Jack of Hearts. But Elvis was so coded. I decoded his whole life. Elvis, Elohim. I mean, it was pretty ridiculous. Suspicious Minds. Thank you. That was the name of the song. Prometheus is 61. Prometheus is the 61st element. That's Prometheum. Prometheus, when you say Prometheus, it's 48. And that's through the Greek. The origin, where that came from. The original spelling of Prometheus in the Greek is 48. Okay? 48. And the 48 is the mirror of the 84. And Uranus has an orbital period of 84 years. These are all connected. Uranus, Prometheus. See how they sound alike? Uranus, Prometheus. And when you go watch the show Lucifer, next time you watch that show, you'll see Lucifer's like, oh, Dad, he's an asshole. He won't let me out of here. Something too. I mean, it's part of the story, man. It's written into the fabric of the story through shows and movies. Are these shows real? No, but real people act them out. And then the 48th card then you go right back to the cards, and this is the 48th card in the deck. Well, then you go right back to the 48th card in the cards of illumination, and you get the 9 of spades. And I mean, this card is you go back to the tarot, and it's the 9 of swords, which is the worry, the nightmare. The nightmare card, the game of life, because the 9 of spades goes into the 9 of swords. The 9 of swords is 59th card in the deck. The game of life is 59. Contract with God is 59. Forbidden fruit is 59. Oh, man. It's all written into the story, folks. Everything that we all discover, it was written into the fabric of this reality. So that way you have something to attach your beliefs to. Because this game will get you no matter which way you go. It doesn't matter. There's no way to not play the game. there's so many stories that are bolted on into this reality, into the screenplay. There's so much variety that if it doesn't get you here, it's going to get you there. Oh, but it's not going to get me here because over here is the real truth. No, that's just going to be an energy exchange as well. Don't be fooled. Okay? The game's going to get you no matter what you do. This is a game of energetic exchange, man. Doing the tango. All right, I think I'm going to count down. Been going for a while. I think we're going to... I have to eat. And Nightmare is 30. Demiurge is 30. Jehovah, the New Age name, is 30. Zero Dark 30, that movie. 30 is tied to Zinc. Zinc's got a numerology of 16. Hell is 16. You're starting to see the patterns, folks. Yeah, Tree of Life is 48. All right, so let's kind of wrap this up. Let's do some cards and call it a night here. Have I done a decoding on the elements? Brentwood's. I'm not sure what you mean by that. I use them all the time. So you mean just on what elements are you talking about? So I'm going to use the cards of illumination tonight. See what kind of energy we're dealing with. I'm going to make this fun. I'm going to get some audience participation in here. How about this? So I have a deck of 52 cards. I got the bottom ace of diamonds, 27 currency. I'm going to need 3 people. Now, hold on before, just don't jump the gun here. So what I'm going to do is, I got a deck of 52 cards. So I'm going to ask 3 people, not yet, to pick a number between 1 and 52. It can't be the same number. And I'm going to count down from the top to the bottom in order. So if you pick 14, I'm going to go 14 cards down. I'm going to do 3 cards. So go ahead. Someone do 3 numbers in a row. Bam, bam, bam. Whoever gets it. First 3 numbers. 1 through 52. Let's see what you got. I'm gonna go from the top to the bottom. I'm gonna count down. So if you got 14, it's the 14th card. Let's see. And this is what we're gonna get for our messages. I'm gonna get some audience participation in here. $22, $26, $47. All right. All right, we got $22, $46, $22, $26, $47. All right, so let's do 22. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22. All right, then I'll shuffle them again. So the first one we have, 422, Angela. 22nd card in the deck. 38th card in the deck, the Queen of Diamonds. Now, this is tied to the binary system. It's the Red Queen tied to the Manchurian candidate. How many times? Now, I'm not going to speculate right now because it's too far off to talk about what this really means. But let's see what kind of energy we can get, what kind of message we can get. So far, we get 38. All right, so now we're going to do the second one, 26. Higher frequency, put 26. I'm going to give these a good shuffle. Let me just do one shuffle here. And we got to go 26. Okay, so here we go. 26. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26. Second card. 26 card in the deck, the 8 of Hearts. The 8 of Hearts. Too early to tell, right? So let's get a few more. The 8 of Hearts. Let me shuffle these. All right, 8 of Hearts is the card of Neptune and Jupiter. And that 8 of Hearts card is typically, through the tarot, is a spiritual quest. And we're talking about the Queen of Diamonds, which is card 38, which the 3 and 8, the 8, 3, this means the God, the I am, because I am through numerology. I'm sorry, the I am through alchemy and the golden ratio is tied to the 8, the numbers 8 and 3. And 8 and 3 is interesting because this is tied to bismuth, and now you get into the brain and synapses, and I'm working on this decode as well. Kind of mind-blowing stuff, but Queen of Diamonds card is a Mercury Saturn card. Okay, so now we're going to go 47 cards. Love stonks. I would love to sit down and figure out why some of you pick some of these names. And if it's positive or negative. Anyway, so let's go 47. 1, 2, actually, I'm just going to go from the bottom because 52, 51, 50, 49, 48, 47. Interesting. So we got the 23rd card in the deck, which is tied to Bitcoin, which is tied to Uranus, right? Uranus is 23. This is the 23rd card in the deck, sits in space number 50, tied to Bitcoin. So we have some cryptocurrency in here now. We have spiritual quest in here, and we also have Manchurian candidate in here. All right, let's get a few more. I'm going to go, let's just do a nice straight 7. So we have ASM Future. This shows the number 38. All right, so we're going to go 38. I'm going to do them from the bottom so it's quicker. 52, 51, 50, 49, 48, 47, 5, 44, 43, 42, 41, 40, 39, 38. Okay, so we have the 4 Spades for Love Stonks. This is this card. This is interesting. This card right here, the birth card of Mr. Smith. Hugo Weaving from the Matrix, which is the dreamer, right? What is the Matrix? It's tied to the dreamer, right? So we have the dreamer in here, going to sleep, taking a dream, lucid dreaming. All right, let's do a few more. We got 36, Knowledge 2020, chose 36. So let's get a 36 card in the deck. 52, 51, 50. 7, 6, 5, 4, 39, 38, 37, and 36. We got the 9 of Clubs in here, which is the card number 22. This is the November 11th date, 11/11. If you've been seeing 11/11, this is the card that's tied to it, November 11th. Leonardo DiCaprio's birthday. The 9 of Clubs, card number 22. And then the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We got 2 more. So Christine, of course, you're going to pick 33. That's your life path. Smart choice. Remember, Christine, your life path is actually a 6. Just so you know, the cosmic mother, the Mary Magdalene energy. 33, just the artistic representation, but it's the 6, the Mary Magdalene number. So let's go 33. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 9, 10, 11, 12. 33. Well, you picked a 3. You got the 3 of Clubs. This is the card of the Game Master, card 16. It's tied to Thomas John Ellis's birthday. Jerry Bruckheimer, his birthday. 3 of Clubs. The guy who The guy who discovered melatonin. What's his name? He was born on September 21st, 3 of clubs card. Check out my my decode on what was the one I did? God, I can't even remember. And I just did all these recent ones. This is how much stuff I got going through my mind. All right. So we got one more here. Who's going to be the last person to get me a card? 27, Karen Bishop. Thanks everybody for joining in with the cards and giving me. I know I had like an Uzi machine gun, like I knew it would be. Karen Bishop. 27, here we go. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 20, 16, 17. So you get the 3 of hearts. 3 of hearts, card number 3, right? Tied to the brain, lithium, 6.9, yin yang, celebration. So let's see what we got here. We got a collection of 7 cards. So I might as well, I'm going to just tie these to the chakras. I know we didn't define that, but that's what I'm going to do. And at the base of the chakra in the number 1 position, you can also tie this into the first 7 houses of astrology if you want to, but it would be really rather incomplete. But we have the Queen of Diamonds, card number 38, tied to the Manchurian candidate, tied to the binary system. 1 and 0 is 38. There's your queen, the Q. And Q is the 17th letter. 17 is the star card tied to the binary. So it's the star coming down into the binary in the first position. And then what does it move through? Well, it moves through going on a spiritual journey, a trek, a quest, a vision quest, the 8 of hearts. The 8 representing the Taurus field, entering into the Taurus field, into the game of life. Okay, the 8. So we have the Queen of Diamonds and we have the 8 of hearts. And we now have a vision quest. We have a choice of moving into the binary. Maybe it's a new character coming in. It could be some DNA activation upgrades, more of like what I've been saying for the past months. And then in the 3rd position, which can represent your solar plexus chakra, your instincts, etc., etc. Very fitting, right? The 10 of clubs, card number 23, tied to Uranus, tied to crown, blood, history, all numerology and Chaldean. 23rd card, this is also tied to Bitcoin, right? This is also tied to Bitcoin, cryptocurrency. We have cryptocurrency in here. We have in the 4th position, in the heart position, in the center point, we have the 4 of spades. This is card number 43. 43. 43 is the 14th prime number. 14 is time. Okay, so the dreamer, lucid dreaming in time. And then we have in the 5th position, we have the 9 of clubs, which would represent the throat chakra, right? The wounded warrior card, but it's a refined energy. The 9 of clubs, card number 22, tied to the titanium and the titans, and it's also tied to sodium's weight, sodium being tied to the brain, okay? Maybe speaking your mind here. Then we get into a really important one. Christine picked us from the 33rd card in the deck, was the 3 of clubs, and this is tied to the word light equals 16. It's just so interesting. Lucifer being the light bringer, Thomas John Ellis being born on November 22nd, 17th, and this is his birth card, and this is the 16th card in the deck, and the word light and light bringer, all tied to the story, right? And this is the Game Master card in the Alice in Borderland series on Netflix. And then the last card we pulled for the 27th position, suggested by Karen Bishop, we have the 3 of hearts. It's interesting because we have 2 3s at the end. 33, the 3 of clubs, and this is card 16 and card number 3. 16 and 3 is 19. So we have the actual aspect of the apex at the end. Let me see if I can make some heads or tails. I'm going to add all these up and see if I can get a meaning from the addition of them. Hold on. 38 plus 8 plus 23 plus 43 plus 22 plus 3 plus 16. Wow, just like that, folks. Look at what number we got. Adding them all up, we got 153. That's the message here. What is the 153? We add up all the cards. Card 38, first one. Card number 8, second one. Card number 23, third one. Card number 43, fourth one. Card number 22, fifth one. card number 3, sixth one, and then card 16, sixth one, and then card number 3 as the 7th one. And the total addition is 153. You know what the 153 is, right? Well, what was the main topic tonight? It was a lot of Jesus. And the story of Jesus was about fishing for men. And how many fish did they catch when they tossed their nets on the right? Why did they go to the right side of their boat? What does that mean? Well, I'll leave that to all you great decoders, but they caught 153 fish. That's what they caught. So to me, and let me add up the cards themselves. So the Q is 17, and then we have 10 plus 8 plus 4 plus 9 plus 3 plus 3. Yeah, then we get 54, which is xenon, which is light. So the context of the story here, ladies and gentlemen, since the main discussion tonight, a lot of it anyway, I remember was talking a lot about the Jesus Christ, what we're moving towards, what my research. I'm just going to do one tarot card just to finalize all this. Let me shuffle these a little bit. But the main research that I've been talking about and what I showed, my upcoming decode on Lucy, if you were here to see the preview of that, I gave away a lot of the nuggets on my upcoming decode on Lucy. The movie, Lucy from Snoopy, Lucy from I Love Lucy. Someone asked me about the Jack of Hearts. Well, who was the main star in Lucy, the show, the movie? Scarlett Johansson. Guess what her birthday was? Or is? November 22nd. Jack of Hearts. See? People are being used, folks. The great reveal, in my opinion, will be that that the world will know you're in a movie. This is what, like, if you watch the movie Free Guy, at the very end, what were they saying? They're like, hey, what do you want to do now? When they're walking down the street and it's like greenery and nature and a paradise, basically. What do you want to do now? I don't know, whatever we want. Maybe being free, but maybe just realizing you're in a movie and you can create whatever you want. Now you don't have any distractions because the empires that were demanding you give them your energy, and there's consequences if you don't, those get removed. Remember let me just say this, and then I'll shuffle the cards and pull a card for the tarot. I just want to remind all of you, all right? And this is kind of, I guess, a nice way to look at reality. If you've been really kind of struggling and stuff like that, the Age of Aquarius is not only that Jack of Hearts card, which is looking for love, and it's a beautiful energy. But it's the Age of Aquarius, the 11th zodiac sign is the 11th card. And what is it? It's the Justice card. You see the two pillars on either side of that judge. That's the number 11 there. Can't miss it. So it's possible that we move into a perfected society through the advancement of technology, through the Age of Aquarius, being the age and Uranus and all that, and this is what the whole story of the Christ was. This whole lineup of the cards here, adding up to the 153. I mean, that's all I needed to see, just adding the cards up. That was the message. It's confirming more of what I've been saying here, and there could be that possibility of there may be two kingdoms. One you advance to if you get selected to do so. Right? And that may be the heavenly realms, and then there'll be the other one, which is the consolation prize, which is having to live out through the reality of whatever ends up becoming scraps, if you will. You know, it could be this, because one age could be this. I mean, it could be where the dystopian world gets played out, you know, in the bottom half of the hourglass, and then if you graduate, you get to go to the top half of the hourglass, and that could be represented by heaven. Who knows? But this is definitely the 153 in the fish. That was the big takeaway here, and it's 153. 53 is the 16th prime number. 16 is tied to Lucifer. It's tied to Jesus and Yeshua's 53 in numerology. 53 is the 16th prime number, and Lucifer's card, Thomas John Ellis, is the 16th card in the deck. the game master in Alice in Borderland. I'm not saying it's absolutely fact, but obviously you can start to see, you have a contract. This reality has a contract, as above, so below. And the contract is antagonist, protagonist. You need, what weakens the nations? Well, it's you. You weaken yourself through time, through death. Right? That's what this context is. And you feed the ground when you die. But anyway, let's get one last card from the tarot to finalize this reading. Thank you very much for everybody for being here. I appreciate each and every one of you. But I'm just going to pull right from the middle of the deck to kind of finalize the 153. What does all this stuff kind of mean? Let's just get one right from the middle here. And look at that. It's the 49th card in the deck. This is so crazy, folks. I got to show you this. Okay, so here's how, so it's how scripted this reality is. You ready to see it in real? This is real time now. All those cards added up to 153. Okay? And how does this tie into one card to finalize this collective card reading here that you participated, some of you participated in? This one is the Queen of Cups. Right? Some of you have this as your birth card. Well, the Queen of Cups, let me just now go, hold on, I got to get one piece here. Hold on a second. Hold on. Hang on, folks. Bear with me. I'm going to try to do this really quick. Where am I going? Hang on. Just stick with me. Okay, here it is. You guys ready for the drum roll? God, this reality is so funny. God's a comedian. Oh, man. All right, you ladies and gentlemen, you ready? All right, you're really... Okay. Here we go. So let me reiterate this to you. So we pulled all 7 cards. Let me just add them up one more time. So here it is. Here's all the cards added up. Okay, all 7. And it gave us a total of 153. 153 is tied to how many fish that the Christ and the apostles caught in the context of the New Testament, which was written by the Greeks, 27 books, tied to currency. And then now we have the fish on the brain. And then I asked the tarot, we pulled one card from the tarot, and we got the 49th card in the tarot called the Queen of Cups. So let me just show you real quick, and just is going to kind of finalize it all to give you the bam, right? So here it is. This is the card we pulled. The 49th card in the deck, the Queen of Cups. And then all I got to do, I knew I have it memorized, I go to the medicine deck. What's the 49th card in the medicine deck? The damn fish. The same. Ah, man. You see how God's a comedian. Whatever God is, man, it's a damn comedian. But there it is, man. 49, 49. And we pulled 153 for a total of cards. Yeah, that's right. There you go. So that's how beautiful this is. Like, it doesn't matter how you do it. This is what came to my mind. I'm like, okay, how do we didn't pick a way to do this. I just was like, okay, I'm going to randomly, then I said 7, and then we added them up, and there it was, and the 153 in the fish, and 49 in the 49. Folks, again, a big shout out to wherever you're at, Nigel, big shout out to you, brother. This is what he used to always say. You can't make this shit up, man. That's what he would always say. Love that guy. Because it's true. You can't make it up. I just did this in real time. So, is it a Mason that's using me? Is it a Jesuit that's sitting behind a computer coding me out? Who is mocking me? Who's mocking us? You just experienced it right in real time, folks. 49 is called down in a hole. Down in a hole is 49. That's what 49 equals in numerology. Down in a hole. What goes down the fishing hole? Down through and I got an hourglass. Right there. Down in that hole, man. The hourglass. It's so funny. Folks, now you can see, you just experienced it with me in real time. There was absolutely no denying it. I'm not trying to fit a square peg in a round hole. I'm not trying to mock you, pull the wool over your eyes, screw you over. We did this all just on the fly. I included all of you here. Now, maybe some of you are Masons. Maybe you work for the Society of Jesus. And it's all scripted by the code because they're trying to get you. Are you trying to get me? Man, it's just fun. Ah, damn. I love it. Yeah, you're an agent. You're getting me. You're coming out to get me. All you agents. Oh, shit. Folks, you just saw it in real time, man. This was a fun What's Your Question 61. Someone just asked about getting this. So I just want to just bring it out and say, it makes me grateful knowing that I didn't. Not because I'm giving any energy to people that did. It's not my screenplay. Like people don't pay my bills. People don't have to get up and feel my aches and pains. People don't have to go through the journeys and challenges of my life. They don't get to experience my wins. They don't get to experience my losses. So whatever somebody else does, that's their screenplay. And you know, the thing people say is like, oh, you got to get up and fight him. Dude, me saying no I don't need to fight. I said no. You don't need to. I mean, that's very simple. It's like, nope. Not interested. I don't need to fight to say no. All right. Well, anyway, you guys are great, man. It's so amazing to have all you great decoders. Big shout out to the moderators, Stephen, Pamela. Thanks for joining in. All you great decoders. We played the hell out of this Time Cop. If you're Time Cop 1983, played the hell out of this like 50 times in a row. I don't know how many times we played it. 4 times maybe, because I've been here like more than 3 hours. 4 hours maybe? 3.5, something like that. So my last thing to say here, like first and foremost, okay, you saw the code in real time. We talked about the upcoming age, what the whole interpretation of the spell book called the Bible is talking about, which is one of the not the only one. There's many spell books on the world stage playing out, perhaps creating different fractals. So there's that, realizing, the age of crypto seemingly is what we're moving into. That was what the Christ was talking about, that it would be his kingdom or its kingdom. The next part was, please, if you're still wearing your underwear since high school, never come back on this channel again. That was the other point. That's the fun part. I was like, just fun stuff. Yeah, those are like the 2 big points. Dirty underwear and Jesus and fish and crypto and Uranus. And realizing, Uranus, the last thing I'll say to finish this great transmission up with all you great decoders. So, remember, Uranus in English is 23. 23 is called the Royal Star of the Lion, right? So I had it linked. If you go back and watch my bloodline, it's tied to obviously Yaldabaoth, right? So maybe Uranus is Yaldabaoth. Yaldabaoth is Uranus. But the 23rd card in the tarot. So now I know. Now I got it pegged to Uranus and how important Uranus is. It's right here. This Ace of Wands is the 23rd card in the deck, tied to Uranus. And what is this card right here? It's the Hollywood card. This is the Harry Potter wand. If you watched my Hollywood Decoded, I showed how this is tied right to Hollywood. Hollywood is 43 in numerology, which is the 14th prime number, but this is tied to the Hollywood tree right there. This is 23rd card in the deck, Abracadabra. Now you know what Abracadabra is linked to, Uranus. And here's a fun fact for you. The anus, some biology here. The anus is the first thing that is formed when you're born into this world. Like when you're in the embryo, the anus is formed first. The biological donut or starfish is made first before anything else. Which the humor is, you can say, I'm just an asshole. But it's Uranus. That to me is God as a comedian. Because the anus is formed before anything else, which could be one of the reasons why the Simpsons are chasing around donuts. But I just want to kind of end it there. But there you go. So now I know if you do Abracadabra is Uranus. Father Sky, Anu, all the way back to ancient Sumeria, folks. I hope you got a lot of this decode. This has been really just such a fun, like I had a lot of breakthroughs in the past couple of days. One was being on that Uranus, and it's all come down to this. And here we are at, what's your question? 61, tied to Prometheus and how tied I am to this, and Pluto in my chart, and me being perhaps the reincarnation of Percival Lowell, who was chasing after Pluto. I mean, Pluto's right next to my Uranus in my 12th house. I mean, this is what we're talking about here. All right, ladies and gentlemen. So I really appreciate each and every one of you for joining in on this Saturn day to Sunday. Going from Saturn to Sun, and from cold to hot, from contraction to expansion. That's the whole reality. Breathe in, breathe out. Wax on, wax off. That's our reality, man. Dream state, wake state. Dream state, wake state. Wax on, wax off. Wax on, wax off. Up, down, in, out. Hot, cold. Contraction, expansion. So our whole reality works off of breathe in, breathe out. All right, that's the Big Bang. The Big Bang is breathing out, the exhale. Well, I think the universe is taking its breathward in. All right, ladies and gentlemen, so that's it. What's your question 61? I appreciate each and every one of you for joining in. Till next time, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to let you talk for a little bit here. Actually, let me get a song to play for the end of this. Let's see, what do I want to play? So you guys and gals can chat a little bit in the chat room, like you always do. Let's do some, I want to play some rock, so I'm playing some synthwave. Here's a really cool song by a really great band called, I may get a copyright on this, I don't know, but it's by the band Europe. They're from the 80s, right? But this is some of their newer material. This song right here, go support this band. I'm going to put it in the description. They're amazing, man. Joey Tempest and company. This song right here is called Walk the Earth. It's freaking awesome. And I want you to think about you as a human being when you incarnated. Now you got to walk the earth, man. This is such a great song. All right, ladies and gentlemen, thanks everybody for joining in. Sending out a ton of love from sunny Mexico. Till next time, ladies and gentlemen, we will see you later.
Caught in the middle of a lightning strike. Yeah, we've got